will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But I'm not allowing Israel to annex the West Bank. There's been enough. It's time to stop now, okay?
That NBC actually has a video that's never been seen before. We're actually going to be sending a letter requesting that from NBC because it allegedly shows Oswald near the vehicle when the assassination took place, which means that he couldn't have been the shooter. So
if you think Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk have been anti-Semitic, you're out of your mind. Charitably, you're paranoid.
What's going on YouTube, Facebook, and Rumble? Today we're going to talk about a few things and look at a few different videos. The first one's going to be, is Trump taking a stance against Israel and his donors who want something? I'll talk about that in a second. But Trump said that he is not going to allow Israel to annex the West Bank, saying that he disagrees with what I'm pretty sure they want to do, and also essentially trying to say, no, I don't care what they say. This is what I'm saying. So of course, it's Trump, so we'll ask my audience as well. Do you think that Trump means it? Do you think he's just posturing? Do you think perhaps he's head faking like he's done before? We'll look at the clip. We'll talk about the options and look at the evidence and info. Then we're going to move on to a few things. Anna Paulina Luna says that there's evidence of JFK's shooter, Oswald, being somewhere else and that it's about to come out or something. So, you know, now 60 years after that assassination of JFK, now they have new information. Yet a lot, I would say a majority of conservative influencers are telling people just accept the official Fed narrative of the Charlie Kirk assassination, and anybody looking into it is doing too much, but we'll look at that. And then at the end, I want to look at this video that I saw Marissa Straight, the CEO of Prager. She tweeted a video of Dennis Prager, and I don't know exactly what happened. I know he's been pretty sick, and you know, he's kind of speaking like very ill, like he looks very ill, but he's saying some really interesting stuff about Charlie and Megyn, and in many ways he's kind of defending them against attacks of anti-Semitism. So I wanted to play that clip. You know, regardless of my disagreements with Prager, like vibe check wise, he seems like a pretty chill guy. Obviously we don't agree on everything, but you know, it's an interesting clip. I want to listen to it and watch it and react to it. So that's what we're doing today. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if it sounds good. Give me a thumbs up on the video for the algorithm. Dream Rare Podcast starts now. If you like these late videos, give me 3 thumbs up out of your body. Make an AI hand out of, and I want 3 thumbs up. If not, I'm going to quit the stream. Just kidding. Dream Rare Podcast starts now.
It's the Dream Rare Podcast. Welcome to the show. The way to get the news at the desk or on the road. Let's go. God is great and success in our control. The world is crazy, but we get better from obstacles. Yeah.
Thanks for the triple thumbs up, guys. Was that joke good, or now should I give up my comedy career? Apparently, also, there was a South Park episode where Kyle's mom, I think Kyle is the Jewish character in South Park, she like goes to Netanyahu and says that he's making it really uncomfortable for Jews around the world because he's like leveling, what's it called? Like neighborhoods and stuff. So there's a lot of controversy over that as well, but I'm not going to talk about that. I just thought of that now. And also, I would say Trump is putting tariffs on bathroom cabinets or something, or bathrooms and cabinets and kitchen appliances or something. I don't know. I was like, did anyone vote for this? You know, I was at the ballot box. I was like, you know what I really want? I really want tariffs on bathroom things. And then Trump brought it to life. So thank you, Trump. I've been waiting for decades, you know, for 100 years now. I've been waiting for a president that was going to stand up to the bathroom tariff lobby, and Trump did it. So to his credit, congrats. But jokes aside, here's the clip that I saw of Trump. Trump is so fascinating to me because every time he starts to annoy me, then he does something that I think is interesting, and vice versa. As soon as people start to like him, then he does something that they don't like. This happens every time. But Trump, you know, and this is why I have to say, although Trump is, you know, whatever you think of him, some people like him, some people don't. I do think Trump has his ear to the street more than any other president. And a lot of presidents like Obama and Biden and Kamala, they're so profoundly fake and annoying, and PR team and everything is like a literal lie, that I don't think they care what people think. Like, I don't think if Kamala was president, I don't even think she'd think about what other people are thinking, because why would she care? But with Trump, the interesting part is I feel like every time he gets a lot of backlash because he's doing something corny, then he comes out and does something like this. And let's watch the clip, because Trump came out and essentially is trying to assert dominance over Netanyahu, it seems like, and say, yeah, I talked to him, but even if I didn't, I don't care. They're not going to get the West Bank. Once again, let me know in the comment section. I'll read them after I play this clip. Do you think Trump means this or not? Let's read some comments and listen to Trump.
This week that you would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. Is that something that you?
I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But I'm not allowing Israel to annex the West Bank. There's been enough. It's time to stop now, okay?
So Trump said, it's been enough. It's time to stop. Someone said, I love you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Someone said, midterm misdirection. LOL, Trump is controlled by Netanyahu. Interesting, someone said. Seems like there's a little bit of a mix. Obviously, time will tell all. You never really know. But this is just my best guess. I mean, I'll go through all the options because who knows? I'm just guessing as well. Maybe Trump hears the people making fun of him and saying, oh, Trump is a puppet. Trump is controlled by Netanyahu. He's controlled by Israel. And Trump hears that and he's doing this to be like, look, I'm in control. Enough is enough. You know, you guys are embarrassing me and I get the final say, not you. If that's the case, we need to pray for Donald Trump because, you know, I think we should all pray for Donald Trump anyway. He's the president. Even if you disagree with him, maybe send a positive, peaceful prayer that, you know, he does the right thing for the world and for America. But if he actually means what he just said there, and he's trying to let Israel and Netanyahu and these people know, like, you know, yeah, it's gone on too long. You've done a little much. It's, you know, even like South Park. I think that one of the guys that writes South Park is Jewish. They're calling him anti-Semitic now, but you know, I'm not Jewish, so I can't really like, I guess I'm not speaking from the same place as the South Park guy, because I know there's going to be a lot of people who, you know, disagree and agree and say that's anti-Semitic, it's not anti-Semitic. Who are you to say how we feel? Yeah, I don't know how other people feel, but what I will say is I do seem to agree from the outside perspective with the sentiment that he was making. I do think that what Israel's been doing and Netanyahu's been doing has made it really uncomfortable for not just people of that ethnicity, but everybody. Like, it's a very uncomfortable war. I understand Hamas is bad. I understand that there's bad people in Palestine too, but like, it is like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, nobody's even thinking of this stuff. Now it's like, if you disagree with what Netanyahu's doing, everybody just calls you an anti-Semite, and it just makes it really weird. So I do think like there are maybe not like 50% or anything, but a lot of people like the writers of South Park who probably agree with that sentiment, where it's like, yeah, this is not like, you're making it bad for everybody all over the world. But with Trump, you know, maybe he has that sentiment too, that it's just like, all right, you guys have done this war for a long time. Everybody's making fun of me, calling me a puppet. Maybe now he's like, all right, I got to assert my dominance and tell you no more. You're not getting the West Bank. Maybe he's just saying that. Maybe it's a midterm thing. Maybe Trump plays both sides. You have to ask the question now, because Trump has said one thing and then Israel's attacked, and it almost felt like Trump was doing it as a shield. Like, he's like, hey, we're going to negotiate. Then he says he doesn't know. Who knows what's going on? You know, it could be that Trump is doing a head fake. It could be that Trump is controlled. It could be that Trump is kind of crying for help and saying, I don't want to be controlled. And, you know, I'm not going to be the laughing stock of my own base. Your guess is as good as mine. I have literally no idea, but what I can tell you is this. One, it's interesting that he said that, but I want to look at this as well, because this was in Haaretz, which is, I think, the oldest Jewish journal in like Israel. It's like the oldest Israeli publication, Haaretz. They did something. It says, analysis, Trump is desperate for Miriam Adelson cash. What will she expect in return? And Haaretz said the former president and convicted felon, of course they put it like that, but is holding a fire sale on future presidential authority. Miriam Adelson wants to be his biggest donor, but in return, she wants Israeli sovereignty over the West Bank. So Haaretz did a report. Obviously, you don't necessarily have to believe them, but they said that the trade-off, because I think Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million. She's using her money essentially to get Trump to do things for Israel. And what she wanted this term was the West Bank. So if Trump truly meant what he said right here, we'll take a look at it again and listen.
This week that you would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. Is that something that you?
I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But I'm not allowing Israel to annex the West Bank. There's been enough. It's time to stop now, okay?
Whether Trump means those words or not, only time will tell. But if he does, I highly doubt his donors will be happy. I highly doubt, like, I'm just even seeing the average Zionist on Twitter. They're like, hey, I hope Trump doesn't mean that. This land was promised to us. But here's this clip that I usually play, because if I don't play it, they'll call me anti-Semitic. But if I do play it, they'll also call me anti-Semitic. But at least I have like proof of what I'm saying. So I could just say that they just don't like the truth, whoever is calling me that. But here's a clip of Trump saying that, in his first term, the Adelson family was in the White House more than anybody else, and they always wanted stuff for Israel. Because if you don't have this clip, they act like you're just hallucinating and making this stuff up. But I don't want to talk about it. I'd rather Trump just say it in his own words. Here it is.
Just as I promised, I recognized Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Jerusalem became the capital. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the White House probably almost more than anybody outside of people that worked there. And they were always after, and as soon as I'd give them something, always for Israel. As soon as I'd give them something, they'd want something else. I'd say, give me a couple of weeks, will you please? But I gave them the Golan Heights, and they never even asked for it. For 72 years, they've been trying to do the Golan Heights, right? And
so Trump says he gave the Adelson family the Golan Heights. It's an American family. When you talk about AIPAC and Israeli donations, people always say, well, look at all these other countries. There's so many other countries that are donating to America. But I think the difference is most other countries have to register under the FARA, and a lot of people in AIPAC are American citizens. And if you say that they have dual loyalty to Israel, they all call you anti-Semitic in unison. But there is Donald Trump saying that one of his biggest donors, I think the first term, him and the GOP got $424 million from the Adelson family. His second term, Miriam gave him $100 million. I'm just going to put it up again. Haaretz speculates that Miriam wanted in exchange the West Bank. That's what Haaretz says. And Trump said on stage that they're at the White House more than anybody else, always asking for things for Israel. And he's giving these American donors things for Israel. But once again, dual loyalty is just an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory in your head. Even if there's proof and logic and reason and literal reality, you're still an anti-Semite. Remember that. No matter what you do or think, you are anti-Semitic. That's just what the word means, apparently. But anyway, the reason I brought this up is not to go off about that. I really just wanted to say that Donald Trump says, I'm going to listen to that clip one more time because I want to really hear the context of it. But they said, did you talk to Netanyahu? And Trump, the way he answered that, he's like, yeah, I did. But even if I didn't, I don't want them to get the West Bank. Really? If Trump really means what he's saying and he really actually wants to tell Israel, Netanyahu, and perhaps his donors, like, hey, I got to have some say here. And, this is going on a little bit too long, then, pray for our boy. And if he doesn't mean what he's saying and he's just putting on an act, then we'll still throw some prayers up because we're good people here. Who knows? Could be that, could be this, but I want to hear it one more time.
This week that you would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. Is that something that you
I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But I'm not allowing Israel to annex the West Bank. There's been enough. It's time to stop now, okay?
I want to thank Trump. I know I constantly criticize Donald Trump, or at least just question him, and I don't really trust him at all. But I want to thank him because he's kind of like a built-in economy where, everybody gets to talk about Trump, like him, dislike him, speculate, analyze him, and he just keeps the money going around. So I appreciate it. And I'm not saying I'm just doing this for money because I'm not. But what I'm trying to say is he's a hard guy to figure out. And I'll say this as my final analysis. And, I wanted to give Trump props because at the end of the day, it's just a guess, only he knows who he is. Only God knows. I was listening to some Floyd Mayweather Jr. Interviews earlier, and it was in his early career before people knew how good he was going to be. And, this guy he kept talking to was asking him questions, said, I'm an expert. And Mayweather said, you want to talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. I'm here because you want to talk to me. You can't box. I could box. I have belts. You don't have belts. You're just an analyst. So not to downplay myself, but Trump is the man in the arena when it comes to the presidency. And everybody thinks that they know what he's actually doing. What I will say is these are the options it really feels like at this point. One, I don't know that I think that Trump is very idealistic. Like, he listens to Israel because that's the easy route. You know, I think his donors pay him to do that. I think they have massive leverage over America. But I don't think that Trump is like, I don't think he's one of these Christians that actually believes the Zionist dispensationalist thing. Like, there are Christians who believe that we need to help Israel because that's what the Bible tells us, because they read the footnotes on the Schofield Bible, or that's what their pastor told them, or whatever. I don't think Trump is that guy. Like, even if you think he's a sellout or a puppet, I don't think Trump really is that Christian. I don't think he believes in the end times prophecy. I just think he does what he needs to do to maintain power and do his thing. And there's a possibility that Trump is getting a little flustered with the fact that, you know, he's kind of, I don't know the way to really put it, but he's kind of out leveraged or outmaneuvered many ways, where a lot of his base thinks he's a puppet of Israel. A lot of his base is like, if you look at the comments on his social media, it used to be like, I love Trump, Trump's the man, sprinkled with a few libtards. Now most Republicans are like, Trump's an Israeli puppet. And, you know, I think it's probably getting to him a little bit, because I think Trump is highly, you know, prideful. I don't think he's idealistic. I think his relationship with Israel has to do with power and money, and probably, you know, like decades of people he's known. I don't think it has to do with Christianity. I don't think it has to do with this deep-seated care for like another country. I'm sure he loves Israelis and stuff, but I don't, you know, I don't think he cares that much about anything, even like America. Like, he likes America, but he also likes ballrooms. He's an interesting guy. So as much as people write him out, rightfully so, because he does seem to sell us out on every corner, there's always the possibility that the pressure, the public pressure of him looking like a cornball, will get to him. And maybe that's what this is. Maybe this is Trump being like, listen, I'm nobody's puppet. I'll call the shots. If that's the case, like I said, pray for Donald Trump, because his road is going to be very, very hard. If he thinks he's going to say no to the donors, no to that government, no to Netanyahu, I think he'll end up caving on this topic, and he'll let them take the West Bank because they want the West Bank. They believe God has promised them the West Bank. They've had the plans to take it for decades now. There's no way they're going to let Trump stand in their way and be like, well, Trump says no, so we're going to listen to Trump. I don't think they have to listen to Trump. I don't think they have to listen to Kamala. But that's the question. And you let me know in the comments. I'm just trying to be thoughtful in my analysis. On one hand, let's just say Trump's a total sellout and it's just all a head fake. It's possible. I'm not ruling it out. But what if Trump actually at one point does get tired of being everybody's puppet, or seeming like he's a puppet, and realizing that he never gets a say? What if he actually does try to say no to his big donors? What if he actually does try to say no to a lot of his advisors? What would happen then? Will he flip-flop? Because that's the problem with Trump now. I remember other politicians used to flip-flop all the time, and people used to say, Hillary flip-flop. This Trump kind of flip-flops too. Like, one day he says Putin's doing a good job. The other day he says Zelensky's doing a good job. He says Zelensky doesn't have the cards. You know, we got to stop the war. Then he says we got to keep funding the war. And then he'll tell you war is peace. So even though we're getting at war, it's technically not war because people aren't dying in big numbers. You know, it's hard to tell with Trump, because I do think he flip-flops on a lot of topics. So he could say the exact opposite of what he just said here 5-6 days from now. But one thing I will take from Charlie Kirk's life, and just the truth of what was happening towards the end of his life, that he was getting smeared as an anti-Semite and pressured by his donors. I mean, regardless of what people think, I'm not starting a theory. I'm just saying that's the truth. Like, even his spokesperson said that. You can imagine how difficult it would be for the president of the United States if they actually wanted to just say no to the big special interests that he's pretty much said yes to every time. That would be pretty crazy. I don't know what would happen, and I don't even know that Trump actually means it. But if he actually consistently said, you're not getting the West Bank, if this is like a narrative that Trump doesn't just drop in 3 or 4 days, he is going to find that a lot of his friends and a lot of his allies are not really his allies, and they're going to get really upset. And then we'll really get to figure out who's in control, because if Trump is somehow able to outmaneuver that and tell Israel that they're not going to take the land that they believe God promised them, I don't see it. I mean, I'm trying to think, but I don't see a world where Israel listens to Trump or lets him tell them no. I just don't. I don't see that as even a possibility. But it will be interesting. What I'm trying to say is if Trump actually does think that, then I don't know. It's going to be some fireworks. Let's just put it that way. With that being said, I've criticized Trump a lot. I've said that I think he's kind of caved on a lot of issues, which I still believe. But I don't think he's idealistic. I really don't. And I'm not just saying that to be like, oh, you don't like Trump this day and you like him this day. He's funny. He's interesting. He's definitely very interesting. But I don't think Trump is a Christian. I don't think he believes in God like everybody else does, as much as people do. I don't think he cares about the end times prophecy that the Schofield Bible, Bible footnotes, dispensationalist, Zionist interpretation of the Bible. I don't believe he's that guy. I think he's the guy who goes where the money is, goes where the power is, and goes where the connections are. So when you have somebody unidealistic, there's pros and cons. The pros are, and the cons are, they could switch on a dime. But yeah, I don't think Trump really has like set core Christian beliefs like a lot of Christians do, and even politicians. So he's quite the anomaly. He's quite the fascinating character. Every time I feel like we're starting to lose our boy, he does something like that and makes it exciting. So thank you, at least Donald Trump, for putting on a show for us. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'm going to keep it moving. Only time will tell. Let's listen to what Anna Paulina Luna told Fox News, because she's saying that NBC has footage of Oswald in a car, which proves that he's not the shooter. Let's listen to Anna Paulina Luna, who is doing a fairly good job. I mean, maybe you like her, maybe you don't, but Anna, out of all of Congress, she's definitely seems like she's trying to do something. Most of them, all they seem to try to do is take trips to Israel. With Anna, she's definitely creative and, talks about Epstein stuff. And even this, I mean, it's not like the biggest bombshell, because I think most people knew they lied about the JFK assassination, but, props to Anna for keeping it interesting and actually trying to do something for America, unlike 99% of your colleagues.
I would like to actually tell the American people, it was made aware to me this evening that NBC actually has a video that's never been seen before. We're actually going to be sending a letter requesting that from NBC, because it allegedly shows Oswald near the vehicle when the assassination took place, which means that he couldn't have been the shooter.
So she says NBC has footage of Oswald near some sort of vehicle, so it proves he can't be the shooter, something like that. Sorry, I was like zoning out, but hopefully you weren't zoning out. It's my show. Pay attention, darn it. Yeah, I mean, I think Oswald, I looked it up. Oswald said, "I'm just a patsy." 2 days later, he was killed by a man named Jack Rubenstein, who the media said was Jack Ruby, I guess to not tell people his last name was Rubenstein. And in jail, I read this article where he had his rabbi visit him in jail, and essentially he said, I did it to show people that Jews have guts. So there's a motive right there. I'm not saying necessarily that means that's exactly what happened, but like everybody at this point kind of knows Oswald probably wasn't the shooter. He said, "I'm just a patsy," and then somebody killed him. Why would somebody kill a guy who just said he's just a patsy unless they were trying to cover it up? And the guy who covered it up told his rabbi why he did it. But I never learned about that in history class. Maybe it's because Ghislaine Maxwell's father invested in all the history books in America. Look that one up. I don't know. But with all that being said, here's what I will say. And I'm not going to be taken out of context, because I don't know what happened to Charlie Kirk, and I'm not trying to be falsely framed as starting a narrative or suggesting something when I'm literally just saying exactly what I'm saying, right? It's going to happen to me throughout my entire life and career, but I'm just going to be clear. If they lied to us about JFK for 60 years, and like now even Anna Paulina saying there's new footage that we haven't seen 60 years later, why are so many conservative influencers just like, wrap it up, we have all the info we know about Charlie, it's Tyler Robinson, stop talking about it? Why are people doing that? That's so weird. I'm not suggesting it's this or that. I don't know what it is, but I just don't trust the feds to tell me, to be honest. I don't trust that they're going to get to the bottom of it. And so far, the evidence is pretty not that substantive to like, make it that interesting to me. Not that it needs to be interesting, but you get what I'm saying. I don't trust it. They didn't tell us the truth about, I mean, right now, Tucker Carlson's making a 9/11 documentary saying they lied about the 9/11 report. Anna Pauline is essentially saying they covered up information on the JFK shooter for 60 years, but I'm supposed to believe the feds are just going to tell us the truth about the Charlie Kirk thing. That's what like 90% of Republican influencers want us to believe. And I want to say this about Candace Owens, because I've been watching her videos and there's a few things going on. And I'm going to be clear, and I'm not saying this for any other reason, but this is just who I am and what I believe. Candace says one thing, and then everybody says she said something else. And I'm watching it, and I'm like, she didn't say that. I'm not saying this just to distance myself. I just believe this. I'm not Candace Owens. I don't agree with everything she said, but she's trying, right? I'm like, she's prying and she's trying. Is it perfect? Probably not. Has she made some mistakes? I'm sure. Is that her? Is that on her? Sure. But here's what I would say to other people. Let's just say you believe Candace Owens is doing a terrible job investigating the Charlie Kirk thing, right? Are you investigating it? Like, are the journalists mad at Candace Owens and the Republicans mad at Candace Owens? Are they like, you know what? Candace is doing a bad job, but I'm going to look into it. Because then maybe I'd trust him. Because, I watched Candace's show today and I was like, yeah, it's like, it wasn't, I'm not trying to be rude, but I was like, all right, she could watch my show and be like, oh, this is not the best anomaly I've ever seen. Like, I'm not acting like she's doing perfect research, but she's trying. It's like she's trying harder than the feds, it seems, or maybe not. Maybe they're just keeping it private. But isn't that what journalists are supposed to do? It's the same way like James O'Keefe. He's going after the Epstein stuff because no one else will do it. I don't, the tactics that James uses are very unique and definitely very ballsy. I'm not saying everyone has to do stuff like that, but it's like James is the only one even semi trying to go in on that narrative that's on the Republican side. And Candace is like the only one in that's mainstream going after the Charlie stuff. It's like, you could say Candace is doing a bad job, but what are you doing? I just personally, I don't trust people that are saying it's 100% solved. Leave it to Kash Patel and the feds and don't look into it. Kash Patel and the feds just said, like, listen to everything they said about Jeffrey Epstein. It's like, I don't believe it. Maybe that's the information that they have, but everything's so politically correct. He was just doing this. He was just doing, says you. So I'm just being clear. I don't know what's going on. I'm not going to claim to, but when it comes to the JFK thing, they didn't tell us the truth, or at least they covered up a lot of stuff. And it's just like the president was murdered and the patsy got killed, and that's that. And everybody just moved on. With the Charlie thing, I'm talking in circles, but I'm just going to say it one more time before I move on. I don't trust any journalist or news analyst that is shaming other people for doing investigations without doing their own. If you're doing your own investigation and you say Candace's sucks, fair. If you say, here's my investigation that's more thorough and more accurate and Candace's sucks, fair. But if you're not doing any questioning and your narrative is just believe the feds and just believe exactly what they said and don't look into it whatsoever, and shame on anybody who looks into it, let the family grieve. Personally, I just don't trust it, because Candace is trying to look at stuff. She's prying, and it seems like she's the only one. I don't know. Someone could step up and do something and keep it real and do a more accurate job. But I just find this pattern of everybody that's talking about her, a lot of times they're exaggerating about what she's saying. And then they're also have the narrative, don't look into it anymore. It's solved. Just trust the feds. Yeah, I don't trust the feds. God bless the good feds. God bless. There's a lot of great people who work for government. There's a lot of great people who work for not government. There's a lot of bad people on both sides. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like being in or out of government doesn't make you a good or bad person or a good or bad worker. However, I just don't trust Trump. I don't trust what he said about the Venezuelan boats. I don't care about Venezuela. Maduro, I've heard, is a horrible leader. Every Venezuelan I meet hates Maduro, but I still don't believe what Trump said about the boats, because if it were about drug boats, he'd be blowing up other boats, not just Venezuela. They're not giving the most drugs to America. They're at war with Venezuela because Venezuela is with Russia and Iran. Doesn't mean I hate Trump. I just don't trust what the feds are saying about that. And I don't trust what they're saying here either. That's my message. That's what I believe. If anybody doesn't like what Candace is doing, completely understandable. It might not always be the best. But then why not yourself do something? No, we're just going to trust the feds. No, nobody's going to look into it. All right. I'm going to play this clip before I look at these Dennis Prager clips, because I found these clips of Cat Williams. You guys remember when he went viral talking to Shannon Sharp? This is like my favorite part of the whole interview is amazing, but I just love Cat Williams' energy, and you could just tell, like, real one alarm just going off. Listen to what Cat Williams says here. He was talking about how Kevin Hart was an industry plant, but this is the end of it. I'm trying not to get copyrighted stricken, so I chopped it up a little bit.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And I hate to seem like a petty individual for picking apart lies, but Jussie Smollett gonna keep lying until you say we don't believe you. Like, it's important in the checks and balances of the universe that liars not get to make complete narratives for themselves.
He said, Jussie Smollett gonna keep lying until you tell him we don't believe you. Facts. Here's the second part of that.
Are you not afraid about being blackballed again? These are some power people.
What do you mean again? These people are not powerful. Satan can't create anything. That includes blessings for his people. That's why, you know what the number one job of somebody that sold their soul in Hollywood is?
What?
Is to act like it didn't happen. They all do the same job.
Bars. Cat Williams bars. I love that. But let's use that as an intro. I'm going to look at what Dennis Prager said. So someone in the comments, let me know what happened to Dennis Prager. I know he was sick for a while and he's back and he looks like, I'm glad he's alive. I'm glad he seems like he's, doing better than he was, but he looks really rough. So thoughts and prayers for Dennis Prager. I'm not being sarcastic. I've never disliked Dennis Prager, to be honest. He's never like come across my feed as someone that's like crazy rude or angry. Like, he seems very measured, very thoughtful. Of course, we have disagreements on foreign policy in some ways, but I don't, out of everybody that agrees with maybe a lot of Dennis Prager's worldviews, I feel like he's always just been pretty nice, like just not like super overtly psycho like Mark Levin or anything. So, thoughts and prayers to Dennis Prager. God bless you, whether you agree with me or not. That's not what it's about when it comes to just being thoughtful about somebody. But let's listen to his message about Charlie Kirk and Megyn, because he kind of defends him a little bit, but then he kind of doesn't a bit. So we'll just listen to the whole clip and I'll just do my reaction to it. So here's him explaining to other Jews and Zionists and whoever he's talking to, people that are calling Charlie and Megyn anti-Semitic. He said, you guys have lost your minds if you think Charlie Kirk and Megyn Kelly are anti-Semitic, which I agree with. I completely agree with this first part of his message.
If you think Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk have been anti-Semitic, you're out of your mind. Charitably, you're paranoid. And Jews have a right to some degree of paranoia, given what's happened to us. But I don't excuse it. These have been two of the most outspoken pro-Israel voices. They are allowed to differ with the Israeli government. Half of Israel disagrees with the Israeli government. I have watched both of them in their outspoken defenses of Israel, which unfortunately takes some courage today on the right. There are a lot of voices that are anti-Israel. There were voices on the right that were anti-Semitic in William Buckley's time, and he, to his great courageous credit, publicly rebuked them. It took a lot of courage. Courage is the rarest of the good human traits, as I always point out.
I'll have to do some research on that William Buckley, but just looking at his eyes, I don't trust that guy at all. So I don't know what role he played in history, but he looked kind of weird. But anyway, I agree with what he said about Charlie and Megyn. Like, if you guys are going to say that Charlie and Megyn are anti-Semitic, like, relax. Like, Charlie was super pro-Israel and Megyn Kelly's super pro-Israel. And this is what I've kind of talked about since 2019. Like, no one realizes what's going on until it happens to them. But when I started getting called anti-Semitic, anti-Semite, I think at one point I was anti-Semite of the week or something, which was weird and creepy because that group creeps me out. But anyway, it was like freaking me out a little bit. Now it's whatever. I don't really care. But, at the time I was like, why are they calling me anti-Semitic? And, some people are like, well, and it's like, and then it happens to Charlie and then it happens to Megyn. It's like, well, Charlie's not anti-Semitic, obviously, but if the word means everything, then they're going to call Charlie and Megyn anti-Semitic. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, if you don't stand up for others, then people will not be there to stand up for you. And I think, rest in peace to Charlie. Maybe this is not the proper time to say this, and I'm not being rude. Like, I'm super upset about what happened to Charlie, obviously, but I'm just being honest. Like, when he were alive, I think for a while, I think that he didn't understand how much that word was being used, and he would use it a lot. And then the tables kind of turned on him, and then he was really upset because he's like, I'm not an anti-Semite. And it's like, yeah, but neither were like a lot of other, like, what does that word even mean? It basically is just a word that was created, in my opinion, to stop any conversation that certain people don't want to have. It could be disagreeing with Israel. It could be saying that you don't like what their military is doing. It could be noticing like, it could be used. It's like a giant shield that could be used for anything. So I really respect Dennis Prager for standing up for Charlie posthumously and Megyn, because he's right. And the fact that what he's saying is probably unpopular on his side it shows how crazy a lot of people are. Like, they literally think that the most pro-Israel, Gentiles like Charlie Kirk and Megyn Kelly are like anti-Semites because they have the gall to like 1% of the time disagree. So thank you, Dennis Prager, for saying that. It was very thoughtful. I agree with you. And, hopefully a lot of people listen to his message. Let's listen to the last parts, because he starts to say some things that I slightly disagree with, and that's okay. Dennis seems like a really nice guy. This is a productive conversation, so appreciate you, Dennis.
There are a lot of good people, but there are very few courageous good people. I would only say to Megyn and Charlie, in fact, I had every desire to call Charlie to talk to him about this. You can't say the Jews anything. George Soros is a Jew, and Benjamin Netanyahu is a Jew. Do they have anything in common? Absolutely nothing. One is on the right and one is on the left, and therefore they have nothing in common. Hitler and the Nazis would say Jews were the inventors of communism, and Stalin would say the Jews were the inventors of capitalism. So you can't both be right. You can't say the any group, the Americans, the whites, the blacks. It doesn't work.
All right, so I don't know if I would say I disagree with him, but I'll just say exactly what I'm saying, so I don't have to say what I'm saying. He said, I wanted to call Charlie like before he passed and tell him that he can't say the Jews. Charlie never said the Jews. Charlie never said that. Like, he literally never did that. So I don't know why Dennis really wanted to call Charlie to tell him that, as if Charlie didn't already know that. Like, there's no proof, there's no evidence that I've seen that Charlie ever said the Jews like that. He never did that. He literally never did that. So that's the weird part about Dennis. Even though Dennis's first part of his thing was super honest, and he was like, listen, we can't be calling everybody anti-Semitic. We can't call Megyn and Charlie anti-Semitic. Facts. But he goes, before Charlie passed, I really wanted to call him and let him know he can't do this. He never did that. Like, why does everyone always have to exaggerate about everything? Charlie never did that. He noticed that certain Jewish individuals were funding left-wing groups, and, a lot of Jewish donors were funding radical left causes. And then he also knew that a lot of people on the right were funding stuff. He never said it's all the same people. He never said it's all people. Charlie always went out of his way. In any clip I've ever seen him ever even remotely criticize anything, he'll always be like, I'm not talking about everybody. I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about this group. I'm talking about this person. I'm just saying this is what's going on. This is my experience. Charlie never just sat there and said they were all the same. So I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but why is Dennis acting like he really needed, like that's what he wanted to tell Charlie? And, I guess I'm not trying to overthink this, but it's like, if I could go back in time and call Charlie, it would be like something very thoughtful and just be like, yo, I apologize for being so hard on you and, not understanding what you were going through or whatever. Or like, I wish Charlie could have lived for a few more years, because I think we could have been friends or something. Like, there's no way I would be like, I really wanted to call Charlie and tell him this. Why did you want to call Charlie and tell him that he shouldn't do something he wasn't doing? Why does Charlie need to be lectured by Dennis Prager on some straw man that Charlie never did? Charlie never did that. Another thing in that clip, someone said that Nick definitely does. Yeah, but why would Dennis call Charlie to tell him, like, Charlie didn't even like Nick Fuentes. So what does that have to do? Like, why would Dennis tell Charlie something that someone else is doing? With that being said, he mentioned that the left and the right are different, like Netanyahu is different from George Soros. He said they really have nothing in common. I mean, yeah, sort of, but like this is one talking point I always hear from people like Dennis, and I'm saying this respectfully. They're like, see, it's on both sides. It's like George Soros on the left and Netanyahu on the right. Is that supposed to be like two good options or something? Like, is that supposed to be like the Yankees versus the Red Sox? Because to me, like George Soros on the left is horrific and just horrible for American humanity. And personally, I'm not like a big Netanyahu fan either. So it's like, either you get these donors or these donors. It's like, so either you get donors that are funding radical anti-American open borders, left-wing, America destruction, or you get right-wing Zionist donors who pay Trump to do things for Israel at the expense of America. Like it's not like those are like these miraculous options. And, if I were to like talk to Dennis and like, cause I really like Dennis. I think he's like a good person and he means like what he says. So I don't dislike Dennis at all, but he's got to understand when people reject both sides, like then they'll just say you're anti-Semitic, like either take Netanyahu or George Soros. I'm not a big fan of either one. Pick one, Mitt Romney or Obama. I don't like either one. Pick one. The Adelsons or, and Larry Ellison and Zuckerberg or George Soros. Neither one of those are like my favorite choices. So, does Dennis understand that aspect of it? I don't know. I know he understands part of it because he said this one time. And just like he said he wanted to call Charlie to tell Charlie not to say something he never said. Charlie said what he said in this clip, except Charlie said it way more gracefully. Like he was always like, I'm not saying everybody. Listen to what Dennis said here.
Every ism except Nazism was founded and or led disproportionately by Jews. You name it. Marxism, humanism, socialism, environmentalism, feminism, Jews.
So, Dennis said that all these left-wing things like feminism, Marxism, communism, whatever, it was all like Jewish people. That's what Dennis said in that clip. Most people on the right think that all of those things were bad, So you're saying this group did all of these things. Okay, yeah, it's not everybody, right? But they did all those things, okay, or we're behind those things, according to you. They weren't the only ones, but that's what Dennis said. Okay. But then it's like the Dennis Pragers of the world. Then it's like, but on the right, we have so much diversity of thought. We have Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin and Dave Rubin, and the Adelson family. And then like, who's the new donor now? Like Sean McGuire, like all the, like, yeah, I'm not a fan of like either side. Yeah, I'll side with the right wing people over the left wing people usually because that makes more sense for my country. But when a lot of the people on the right are basically just using the right as a vehicle for Israel, that's not what I want the right to be. I want the right to be America first. And then, if we want to make deals with our allies, that makes total sense. But that's kind of the misconception. Like, I don't think like, he said in that clip that he wanted to call Charlie to tell him something. I don't get, and I'm not trying to be rude, but it's like, why does he feel like he needed to tell Charlie? Like, do you think Charlie didn't know that when he was alive? You don't think he knew it wasn't everybody? Of course he knew it wasn't everybody, but this is what I want to say, and I want to play that clip again, because at the end of Charlie's life, Charlie said he was being called an anti-Semite. Charlie said he was being called the enemy. And what he needed people like Dennis Prager to do were to come in and have his back and say he wasn't an anti-Semite, like he said there. And I respect Prager for saying that. But what he doesn't need is some Jewish guy like Dennis Prager calling him and being like, hey, Charlie, it's not all of us. He knows that. He already knows that. So like, why is this? I'm not trying to like overthink it, but why is this the last thing that Dennis wanted to say to Charlie? As it like he's saying this as if it's some sort of profound thing. Like Charlie even did that. Like, Charlie does this, but I wanted to let him know, don't do this. Charlie never did that. Charlie's dead now. When he was alive, he never did that. He was respectful to Israel. He was respectful to Judaism. He was respectful to Jews. And he just noticed certain things and started talking about them and always said, I'm not saying it's everybody. I'm not saying it's all of these people. So why would Dennis feel the need to want to call him and say this? What Dennis should have called him, and said, hey, I'm sorry that you're being called an anti-Semite. I got your back, Charlie. It's weird how nobody ever calls and defends you. And Charlie was kind of flustered by that. He's like, I've done so much for everybody. And then when I need help, nobody seems to really have my back. Dennis had his back earlier in this clip, but I don't know. This is just a little distasteful to me. Like, I wish I could have called Charlie to tell him it's not all of us. He never said it was. And you're suggesting he said it was.
I know you said you wished you called Charlie to say what you said. I texted with him and I spoke with him this summer, but you could say something to Megyn Kelly. Would you like to?
Before my accident, you would have me on, and you were very generous in what you would say about me, and even say about me when I wasn't on. And I would likewise speak highly of you and mention you were one of the few regular podcasts I'd be watching. Since my accident, a major way I've kept up with the news. Are Jews defenders of Judeo-Christian values or the antagonists? The answer is some are one and some are the other. I have nothing in common with left-wing Jews. Nothing. And they have nothing in common with me. So please, for the sake of Western civilization, for the sake of America, for the sake of truth, don't take these comments from these Jewish fools, whoever they are, as indicative of the Jewish people. They're
like Mark Levin. He's not left-wing. He's acting insane right now. Most right-wing Zionists are acting nuts. Does Dennis condemn them? Does he see how psychotic that Mark Levin is acting? Does he disagree with that or no? Is that totally fine to Dennis? Because if that's totally fine to Dennis, then it's, yeah, there's crazy people on the left and there's crazy people on the right. But just because you notice that there's crazy people on the left and crazy people on the right, it doesn't make what the right-wing crazies are doing, and it doesn't make it your fault either. I'm just being honest about it. Like, imagine if Candace Owens, even though she's a right-wing black woman and she knows that most black people are left-wing, imagine if every 2 seconds she was just constantly gatekeeping. Oh, that's racist. That's racist. That's racist. I'm not working with them, but I'm going to defend them. But I'm not defending them, but I'm defending them. But it's not them. But it's like Candace doesn't do that. And I don't know. Some people probably don't like that she does that. But Candace knows that most people of her ethnic group do not necessarily share her political views. And Dennis, I think he understands the same. I think a lot of people vote left wing of Dennis's ethnicity. Some vote right, but is like, I don't know. Like, I'm Christian. I think a lot of Christians have different views than me on a lot of things. Yeah, it's not all of us, but I don't know. I guess no one said it was all of us. It's just like the way they go in defending it's a little weird to me. I want to play this clip again because he said what he wanted to say to Charlie, like if he could call him, or he wanted to call Charlie before he died, to apparently just pile on Charlie like everybody else and let Charlie know, here's the way to say it, as if he was even saying it that way, which he wasn't.
There are a lot of good people, but there are very few courageous good people. I would only say to Megyn and Charlie, in fact, I had every desire to call Charlie to talk to him about this. You can't say the Jews anything. George Soros is a Jew, and Benjamin Netanyahu is a Jew.
Why did you have a desire to call Charlie and say that? Why? Charlie knows that. Charlie did that. Charlie said that. Why was that your desire to call Charlie? Why wasn't your desire to call Charlie and say, hey, I'm so sorry you spent your life defending Jewish people in Israel and you're being called an anti-Semite and pro-Hamas and the enemy. I'm so sorry. I'll talk to my boys. I'll talk to the groups that I've worked with and all these people smearing you in these media organizations that we have good relationships with. I'll talk to them for you, Charlie, and try to get them off your back. Why wasn't that the conversation you wanted to have with Charlie? Why was the conversation, hey, Charlie, I wanted to call you and basically tell you not to say this, as if he was even saying that? He never said. I want to play that clip again because it's honestly really annoying me. Like, I wish I could call Charlie and say something nice. I wish I could call Charlie and say, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't know what you were going through. I'm sorry. I didn't realize how much pressure you had. Charlie, if I could talk to you, I'd tell you, even though you annoyed me with a lot of your policies and what I considered chilling, I always told people privately when I talked to them that I thought you'd be on our side when it all really mattered, and you were just playing a political game. Like, I always knew Charlie was like a politician and he had donors. I always said that on my show. I said, he's so involved, you know, he's got to like do all these things. And then towards the end of his life, he was being very honest. And then a bunch of his friends, his pro-Israel friends, called him an anti-Semite, Hamas, and the enemy. So did Dennis Prager want to call Charlie and be like, hey, Charlie, I'm so sorry all these media organizations and all these people that I'm friends with are calling you these names. I'm so sorry. Let me get them to. No, Dennis wanted to call him and pile on and say, Charlie, you don't say this, as if he ever said it, which he didn't.
There are a lot of good people, but there are very few courageous good people. I would only say to Megyn and Charlie, in fact, I had every desire to call Charlie to talk to him about this. You can't say the Jews anything. George Soros.
He never did that, though. He never did that, and Megyn Kelly has never done that. They've never done that. Dan Bilzerian does that. Other people do that. Candace, why would you have to tell Megyn and Charlie that? I'm sorry, not Candace. Megyn, like Megyn and Charlie never said that. You think Megyn goes on her shows and just says, hey, the blanks, you know, like, of course not. Of course not. Same with Charlie. And this is why everybody thinks that it's kind of like a conspiracy of sorts, because, you know, when something happens to you, everybody that's supposed to be on your side, they mysteriously move away from you and then start dunking on you and be like, don't say that, don't say this, instead of coming to your defense. And then when you notice that they're doing that, they say, we're not all the same. Nobody said you're all the same. I'm not saying, yeah, you're not George Soros, but let me give you an example. If you asked me, if it were a kickball team, but kickball was politics, right? Like, we're on the playground and it's like, who do you want to pick on your team? George Soros or Ben Shapiro? Someone said I just repeated myself 45 times. Well, let's make it 46 for you, my buddy. If I had to pick for my kickball team, Ben Shapiro or George Soros, I would pick Ben Shapiro. Like, if I had to, I'd probably pick Ben over George Soros, because George Soros open board, like, he's insane to me. But that doesn't mean that I think Ben Shapiro is like, I don't like Ben Shapiro at all. I find him very slimy. I think he's fake opposition. I believe he's very subversive. You know, it's like, do I like Obama or Mitt Romney? Neither. Like, I think Obama sucks and Mitt Romney sucks. That's what I think of Ben Shapiro and George Soros. So that, like, Dennis Prager, a lot of people that he thinks are like virtuous on the right, I don't think are virtuous. And I can articulate myself. But my question is, if I articulate myself, can anybody on Dennis Prager's side of the debate, can any of them articulate why I'm wrong? Or are they just going to use the word anti-Semite like they used on Charlie and Megyn? You know, because I haven't seen very much like reason or logic. It's just like, oh, are you saying I'm like George Soros? No. Are you saying it's all of us? No. Are you saying it's this? No. Are you saying it's that? No. It's all these straw mans that I've never said. Are you saying this? No. Are you saying that? No. So you're saying this. That's not what I'm saying. But, you know, also it becomes like a statistics thing where some people look at crime statistics, other people don't. Some people notice some things with crime statistics, other people don't want to talk about them. But there's some people that if you talk about them, you will be labeled a racist because they don't want to talk about them at all. It's the same thing with that. It's like, if you're saying that's your group and you're so different because you're on the left and the right, but on the left, you're doing communism and all of these isms, feminism, socialism, and all of these things destroying America. And then on the right, it's like Ben Shapiro. It's like, you're not really making the point you think you're making by saying, well, we're on both. What if America wants to they cut the streams on the words? Well, I don't know if the stream is being cut, but like, is there another option? Like, no, I just got to have like Ben Shapiro. I thought of something in my head and I didn't tweet it because I didn't want to get called anti-Semitic, but I was like, you could vote for Trump or Kamala, but at the end of the day, you either get Ben and Jerry's or Ben Shapiro. You know, it's like, either you get Ben and Jerry's, who are like some socialists, like, you know, pro-Palestine leftoid who probably don't care about the borders and stuff, Or you get Ben Shapiro. It's like Ben and Jerry's or Ben Shapiro. That's Americans' politics. Okay. And it's not necessarily saying it's like, I think Dave Smith is an interesting Jewish guy, but like 95% of Jewish people hate Dave Smith. So, clearly he's not popular in Israel. The ones that I like, it seems like most of, his ethnicity and religion can't stand. Like Dave Smith is probably one of the most hated people in the Jewish world, even though he's Jewish, for being the Jewish American who cares about America more than Israel. That's why they hate Dave. There's a lot of things you could like or dislike about Dave, but he's hated in that world because he's a Jewish American who considers America his home, not Israel, and he's not religious. So they see it as betrayal. He's like an Uncle Tom of Jewish people. It's not everyone else's responsibility to like figure out why these things are happening all the time too, and not be able to talk about them. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible, but I'm just having like a public, honest conversation about it. Because in certain neighborhoods and of certain communities and ethnic groups, for decades, people have been trying to help. And I'm not saying the government actually helps, because anytime they're coming to help, it's probably not help. But it's like, if you have certain ethnic groups where in America they're doing horribly and everyone else is bending over backwards to try to help them for 30 years, and then people are coming from China doing better, people are coming from India doing better, people are coming from Nigeria doing better, people are coming from like other parts of Africa and doing better, and everyone's doing better. At a certain point, people have the right to be like, listen, I'm not saying I don't want to help anymore, but like, you guys got to figure it out. And in certain communities, I'm just going to be honest, the reason that I believe that they're not doing well, and more and more America's not doing well because we're getting robbed by the powers that be to some extent, or the government is kind of screwing us over. But in general, it's like, I think it's a mindset. Like, you look at all of these Black entertainers and athletes and stuff, and almost none of them want to have a real conversation with the hood. Like, they all act like victims, but then they don't want to live there. Why can't you give them a message of hope, but at the same time be like, listen, this is what's going to really change your life? Discipline, families, like a lot of people that had a good mom or a good dad, sometimes both, like LeBron had a good mom. Why not spread that message and be like, listen, like, this is what will keep you in line. Why act like everything that's happening there's okay, but you don't even want to live there? So I feel like the reason that it stays that way, although, things could change in any group, is because the net sum of people in that group don't want to have an honest conversation with themselves. So it keeps continuing. And to me, it's the same thing. Like, if I were to talk to Dennis Prager, I would just be like, you already know the left-wing people in your group, like, you think are nothing like you. They're horrendous. You know that they're funding a lot of things that are not good for our country, et cetera, in your words, But then you go to our side, like, let's have a conversation about our side too. It's like a lot of the neocon donors, a lot of this, a lot of that. Like, is there ever time for an honest conversation and be like, maybe people would like it better if the actions were better? Or is it always everyone else's interpretation that's the problem, And this is a conversation any person can have with themselves. But I think Dennis, like, he's like, I wanted to call Charlie and tell him not to say this. He never said that. Why wouldn't Charlie call you and have a conversation with you about self-accountability and self-awareness and being honest about your group and then moving forward? Because, someone who does that is Dave Smith. Like I said, I mean, I'm not like the biggest super fan or anything, but he seems like, self-awareness, self-accountability. He's a great role model, I think, for Jewish Americans, because he prioritizes America over like international Jewry in Israel. And people hate him for that. Like, what's his approval rating in that community? It's abysmal. So is it everyone else? Like, is it everyone else's responsibility that you're rejecting the most likable person in your group? And, like, that doesn't help you. And it's the same thing with, like, before Kanye started talking about the group that must not be named, he was just talking about black and white and stuff like that. And Black people, not all, because some people love Kanye, but like, people hated it. Like, all the Black media companies and all the Black rap companies, they constantly slandered Kanye when he was literally telling people, he was telling Black people, go buy farmland, stop playing the victim, stop with this gangster rap. Like, this is how you're a boss. I'm a billionaire. This is how you can go from the hood to a billionaire. And how did they treat him? How did Charlemagne the God, that idiot, how did he, like, they all treated Kanye like he was a piece of shit. So it's like, if you have someone amazing in your ethnic group and a majority of your ethnic group hates them, whose fault is that? You know what I'm saying? And certain groups do that constantly. There's a lot of great Jewish people. There's a lot of great black people, but my favorite black and Jewish people are people that black and Jewish groups seem to hate the most. I can't tell you why. I mean, I can tell you why, but it's just like, at what point, like, what does Dennis Prager think about Dave Smith? He's never talked about it. Like, do you like Dave Smith? Or do you think he's like a self-hating person? I don't know. I think he's someone who, I think Dave acts like people used to act like 30 years ago. Like, I'm coming to America. Now I'm an American, you know? My grandparents came from Poland, Italy, Czechoslovakia, so I guess Czechoslovakia, and then Puerto Rico. None of my family told me to have like crazy ethnic, and maybe to a fault or something. I don't know. I don't know if that was a good or a bad thing, but like, everyone wanted to be American. Nobody raised me like, we're this other group that's not American. Like, we're American. We're American. We're American. Speak English. That's all. Like, I grew up that way. It wasn't like, we're this special group that everybody hates all the time. No one told me that. If people told me that my whole life, I'd probably be paranoid too. You know, I only found out in my later years that they didn't even want my grandfather to marry my grandmother because he was Italian, and people were like racist against Italians. Yet my grandfather never talked about it. Never. I had to find out from someone else 30 years later. What if every day of my childhood, my grandfather told me they hate us because we're Italian. They hate us because we're Italian. They hate us. Then I would be ethnocentric Italian, thinking everyone else hates me. And then I would project exactly that to other people, and then people wouldn't like it, and then people would do their own thing, and then I would say that they're being hate. Like, it just like keeps repeating itself. The cycle keeps repeating itself, and that's the reality of certain situations. So, you know, I guess long story short, I'll read some comments and chill for a little bit. But I agree with Dennis Prager that, you know, it's ridiculous to call Charlie Kirk and Megyn Kelly anti-Semitic. But here's what I will say as well. Charlie Kirk and Megyn Kelly have spent so much energy defending Israel throughout their lives. So that's why, you know, Dennis is like, don't call them anti-Semitic. They're one of our friends. Yes, it's insane that they're getting called anti-Semitic, and ruthlessly. They're being called Hamas. That's not good. What do people want to do to Hamas? So if they call Megyn Kelly Hamas, what do you think they want to do to her? It's not good that people are calling her that. With that being said, people call me that on Facebook too. And it's like, I know what they mean by that, and I don't appreciate it, but whatever. And it's not true, but, you know, Dennis will defend them because they've defended Israel. What does Dennis think of Americans that have, like, does every American have to do what Charlie and Megyn did for Israel? Can an American just care about America? Like, are you only not anti-Semitic if you literally grovel over Israel for 50,000 times and then 3 times disagree with them, and then Dennis will defend you? What about Americans that don't want to grovel over Israel and don't want to go kiss the wall and don't want to take your little trips? Like, is everyone else anti-Semitic, or will you defend other people too? Because I've never done anything hateful. It's just, I'm just an American citizen that thinks that our relationship, or at least our politicians, are not very loyal. I asked Grok, how many times and I understand it's a phrasing thing because of a war, but I said, how many times do American politicians say that they stand for America, and how many times do they say that they stand for Israel? The Grok said 30 times more. There's 30,000% more times American politicians stand with Israel. It's almost like a parody. You go to Nikki Haley's like Twitter account, and it's just like, you wouldn't even know she works for America if you didn't like know. You'd be like, who's this Israeli politician? No, she's American. What? Like, all they do is like just grovel over Israel. Is that what, not like, to me, and I, you know, Dennis can think differently. To me, the word anti-Semitic is meant to beat you into submission. Like, it's used to Megyn as like almost a veiled threat. You're not doing everything we want. You're an anti-Semite. You're Hamas. You're Hamas. They want you to be like, I'm so sorry. Let me be your servant. I'm so sorry. That's what they want. Charlie Kirk spent literally his entire life essentially serving Israel. And then for 3 months, he's like, yeah, I'm kind of an American. I don't want to do this anymore. And they're like, you're an anti-Semite, you're Hamas, you're the enemy. What they wanted was Charlie to grovel. And this is the thing. He wasn't doing it. He was like, I don't need these donors. I'm an American. He didn't like, and then Dennis was like, I wanted to call you to what? To defend him? Why didn't you want to call him to defend him? If you want me to defend something, you got to explain why, not like veiled threatening me into like submission. That's not the way. It's just not nice. And it doesn't work unless you're really desperate for money, attention, or whatever. Like the average person's not going to respond to that. And that's another thing Charlie was really talking about too, is he realized that Israel was having a PR issue because the messaging was like if you call Megyn and Charlie Hamas, then Charlie was phrasing it as moral blackmail, and he was right. And even his guy at Turning Point said that. So he's like, if you're gonna tell Charlie you're the enemy, you're an anti-Semite, you're Hamas, Charlie felt he was being morally blackmailed, where it's like, we're gonna call you these things until you do what we say, then we'll stop calling you that. Like, he hated it. Everyone hates it. If Charlie hates it and Megyn hates it, everyone hates it. The entire world hates that. They hate being morally blackmailed by a word until you completely submit to the narrative of whoever is the leader of that organization or whatever, or like movement. It's an insane, devious, rude way of acting. Try being nicer to people. Try being like, I don't know which one of the South Park guys is Jewish, if it's Trey Parker or Matt Stone. Someone could let me know. I know one of them is Jewish, maybe both of them, but I know at least one of them is. Just like I like South Park, so I like to study things that I know. I agree with the sentiment that they were saying in this episode, where I do think that they're making it harder, not just for Jewish people around the world, but everyone. Because 5 years ago, nobody was thinking about this, but now everyone's on edge because it's like, Israel's doing this. You're an anti-Semite if you don't agree. And then it feels like it's not true, because there's a lot of like liberal Jewish people that are like marching in the street with pharmaceutical masks on, but I don't relate to them either because they're liberals. But anyway, it's like a lot of the Jewish people on the right, not all of them, but a lot of them are like freaking out and Hamas. Like even people that I'm friends with, it's just like, I don't even know how to have a conversation with them. I'm not mad at anybody. I don't care what they think about foreign policy, but it's like, I'm like nervous to talk to some of my friends because I look at their Twitter feeds and they're Hamas. They're like Mark Levin. It's like, what do I even say? Like, clearly they're not going to like me or like what I'm saying because they're going nuts, So it's like, it's only making it worse for everybody. And I feel like South Park, like exactly what they were saying, I relate to that, where it's like what the Israeli government's doing and wrapping it in Judaism and wrapping it in this is what we are. And then doing that and then slandering anybody who disagrees with it. And then people who are jumping on his bandwagon, like so many people in my friends that are in the Republican movement, being like, yeah, this is who we are now. We've changed. Like, we agree with. It's like, you're all acting kind of nuts. And now it's creating a bigger divide between you and other people. It's not a way to get the unity, but who knows what people want? Like, I know when it's all said and done, there are like, as much as people want to say it's anti-Semitism, and this is not everybody. Like, when it's all said and done, Dave Smith is going to stay in America because he likes America more than Israel. Like, even though he's Jewish, he's American. Same with a lot of people from a lot of countries. They come to America not to be like sycophants for their race, but just to be an American. A lot of people that are crying anti-Semitism, calling everybody Hamas and saying that you're an anti-Semite if you say they have dual loyalty, eventually, I don't even think they're going to live in America. They're probably going to move to Israel because they clearly feel more connected to their race than they do America. That's okay. You're allowed to do that. But like, you got to understand that some people like America. This is their only home. They don't feel connected to a foreign land. They don't feel some sort of like divine connection to just like destroy an entire neighborhood and kill tens of thousands of people so they could take the land. Like, some people feel that way, but it's like, you can't expect everyone in America to feel that way. And, I see certain people where they're like, I'm a changed person. This is who I am now. Okay, but you're in the United States of America. So, at what, like, how many people that cried anti-Semitism saying that they had dual loyalty, when it's all said and done, won't even live in this country? They'll probably move and be like, yeah, I never cared that much about America. It's not the number's not going to be zero. That's for sure. And it's not everybody. It's just like, there needs to be honest discussions about it. People need to, like, you need to be able to host other people. And this, like, I won't say I hate to bring it back, but like to bring it back to Charlie, because I think this is like he was a really big middle ground on this thing. Charlie hosted a debate between Dave Smith, a Jewish American who likes America more than Israel, and Josh Hammer, who's a Jewish Zionist who disagrees with Dave. And a lot of Charlie's Israeli backers or I would say Zionist backers, they hated that debate. Like Charlie was freaking out about it in his Megyn Kelly interview. Don't take my word for it. Listen to Charlie. He was like, I hosted a debate. What are you mad at me for? I gave Dave Smith equal time, he said, and I gave Josh Hammer equal time. But this is the problem. They're not looking for equality. They're not looking for a middle ground. They're not looking for a discussion. They want everyone to submit to them. This is not compatible with the United States. This is not compatible with our Constitution. This isn't compatible with Christianity. It's not compatible with America. Like, you can't freak out at Charlie Kirk over him hosting a debate between two people and getting mad that Tucker Carlson's on a stage. Like, these are not, like, it's just not gonna, I don't know what it's gonna do, but the public is not buying it. So I just don't understand why people are acting that way or what their end goal is, because it doesn't seem like their end goal is. Oh, sorry, my thing froze a little bit, but yeah, I don't know what their end goal necessarily is, but how they're acting makes no sense to me. One thing I noticed, and then we'll move on. Someone could just let me know what you guys are thinking in the comments. One thing I noticed too that I haven't seen in like years, like a lot of people that are Jewish are posting God on Twitter, but they're like censoring the word God. Like it's like G censor D, like they don't want to type God for some reason. And I swear I've been following people for like a decade now, and they never used to do this. Now all of a sudden they're all like, they can't say God because of their religion or something. They're saying this is religion. Like, how come now you're doing that, but like 5 years ago you weren't doing that? Maybe you got more religious, it's possible, but this is my thing too. Like, I don't think Christianity is Islam, and I don't think Christianity is Judaism, and that's okay. The world is free to have religions, and I think there's great people of all religions, but it's always like Zionists that are saying, we're not compatible with Islam. I agree, but then I can type the word God. Why can't you type the word God? I don't understand. Like, we don't have the same religion. Like, we believe in Jesus. You don't, a lot of people don't like Jesus. So like, just like Islam is not necessarily Christianity, neither is Judaism. They're like the same people that are saying we're all one. They can't even type the word God. I don't know why they're doing this or how, like, it's definitely not. I didn't see it like a lot recently. Not that a word matters, but it just, like, I don't know. Christians don't censor the word God, so censoring it just comes across as like a little weird to me. But why can they not say God? I don't get it. Someone said, good point. They did that historically, but it only came back recently. Yeah, in masses, nobody was doing this on social media except for maybe like really religious people. Maybe they're having like a religious revival like Christians and everyone. I don't know. Like because of the war, they're leaning back into their religion or something. It's possible. Someone said they don't want to debate you. They wanted to platform you first. I mean, I think it's pretty clear, but they'll always do this. Like, we don't want to platform you, but we do, but we don't. It's like, sure, whatever. Why not just, I've said this before, but Tucker is looking for conversation. So any of Tucker's old friends that want to like talk crap about him, they could easily talk to him, but they always say, well, he's not in good faith. And it's like, what are you saying that's in good faith? What are you mad that Tucker said? Because anytime he says something, they just say he said something else. And they like, I listened to a Mark Levin rant the other day. Dude, he's getting very extreme. Mark Levin is getting like extremely psychotic. He was just like, what does Tucker want to do with us? Why do you want? He's like, Tucker literally just wants to do his show and speak. Like, why does Mark Levin constantly see himself in what Tucker's saying? Like, Tucker does a report, says something about Israel, and Mark Levin acts like he says something about him. I mean, they do talk about each other constantly, but it's like if Mark Levin feels like he is the country of Israel, why doesn't he go there? You know, every American has a right to be an American, but if you talk about like Italy, I don't freak out and be like, what did you say about me? If I did, I would just move to Italy. It's like Mark Levin constantly just like has like a freaking panic attack over everything that Tucker says. I listen to what Tucker says, and then I listen to what Mark Levin says, and Mark Levin is very extreme. He's just like, what do you want us to go? What do you want us to do? And it's like he literally just wants to speak the truth. But if Tucker says something honest and you like act like it's the worst thing you have ever heard, like I don't know, like he literally just wants to talk. Tucker just wants to talk. And it would be like if I said, like, you know what? I love all people and I wish that inner cities had less crime. It would be like them freaking out and be like, what do you want to do with us? Where do you want us to go? I literally just said I want less crime. What, like, is that okay? Like anything that Tucker says, he's usually very measured. He's usually very thoughtful. He's usually just talking about specific things or the government of Israel. Like he never says everyone. But somehow Mark Levin sees himself in everything that Tucker's saying and spazzes out. And then his mind goes to the most extreme thing possible. And then he starts like like it's really creepy. Like you said, your boomer dad loves Mark Levin. Dude, I mean, I could find, if you want me to find the video of it, I could, because I saw it on Twitter, but I don't even know if I want to play it. Like the energy it's very dark vibes, very like extremely crazy stuff. So I probably shouldn't play it. Someone said Levin is talking to people that don't follow Tucker enough to know any better. Well, this is the thing too, and like this is what happens when people act crazy. Mark Levin used to connect with a lot of people because he was talking about a lot of things. Like I've heard from so many people. I don't watch Ben Shapiro's views, but I know so many people used to like Ben Shapiro. And then I've heard from, and like I said, I don't know because I don't pay attention to him, but I've heard from so many people that they were like, after the war broke out, I can't listen to Ben Shapiro anymore because Ben just talks about like, certain things constantly to the point where it doesn't relate with people that liked him for talking about America and domestic policies. And he doesn't have to, being relatable isn't necessarily the most important thing, but it's like now I would guess that most of Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin's audience are extreme Zionists because they've lost the middle ground and they've lost people that watch them for other stuff. So now the only people that want to watch them are probably people exactly like them. So, I'm sure Mark Levin, because he talks about a lot of stuff, he still has a decent fan base, but like Tucker's way more popular than Mark Levin. Candace Owens is way more popular than Ben Shapiro. Charlie was extremely popular, but it's, it's like the people that are becoming more extreme, they're becoming disconnected from everyone else. And the more disconnected they get from everyone else, they act like everyone else is being crazy. Like Tucker Carlson is probably 100 times more popular than Mark Levin. And the crazier Mark Levin gets, the less people want to listen to him because they weren't listening to him to have unhinged rants about Israel. They were probably listening to Mark Levin, listening to Law, listening to him defend Trump, But I've lost people too. Like some people don't want to hear me. So, you can't keep everybody, and doing what's popular isn't necessarily right. So, it is what it is. Someone said Ben Shapiro lost me during COVID. His COVID reporting was abysmal. I've noticed something too, that I like a lot of different people for different things, but I feel like a lot of people have certain weak points. That's natural. Not everybody's like all around. I'm biased because I am myself, but I do feel like I'm very well-rounded. And when I don't know something, I don't act like I'm an expert. There's people that I like. I'm not going to name names now, maybe later if you guys pry me, but you know, I feel like I'll listen to them for 2 weeks and I'm like, dang, they're so smart. And then I'll just listen to them the next week and they'll act so sure about something they're not even right about. And then I kind of don't trust them anymore, where I'm like, why did they say that? Like, so like, why can't they admit, like with the whole Charlie thing? It's like, yeah, of course the official narrative might make sense to you, but why would you act like you're 100% sure it's the feds are right? Like that type, I don't know. Everyone always tries to act like they're well-rounded, but if you're not well-rounded, then you're just not. Super chat from Lauren said, hey, Anomaly, your integrity and honesty is very attractive. You should visit Australia. Hold on, let me try to do it in an Australian accent. Hey, mate. Hey, Anomaly, your integrity and honesty is very attractive. You should come visit Australia. Oh, no. Is that good? Thank you. I mean, are you a 10? I only like 10 out of 10s, Lauren. Thank you for the $20 super chat. And, you know, I'm not into, even if, you know, you can't buy me out. So if you're not a 10, it doesn't matter how rich you are. No amount of super chats will make me want to fall for you. But no, I'm just kidding. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Was it Hannah? Yeah. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate it. All the way from Australia. Thank you for the $20 super chat. I don't even check my messages anymore. I would say DM me on Instagram, but I don't even check my DMs. So I don't like, I'm like a recluse at this point. I don't check any of my DMs. God only knows what people are saying in there because I don't want to check them. But someone said you sound like a gay Jamaican. That's rude, but kind of funny. Oh no. How does that? That's pretty good. What are you talking about? That's the only word I could do. Very Australian. Ben lost me with his Kanye sense. Listen. Kanye is an anti-Semite, okay? And so is everybody who agrees with him, okay? Listen. I mean, Kanye did kind of take it pretty far, I think. Like, for a while, he wasn't saying that much, and everyone was freaking out about it. And then Kanye was like, yeah, I'm just going to lean into it. And I was like, dang. I was Lauren. I said Hannah. My bad. Let me get it back up. I'm messing up the name. Someone said Hannah. Oh, there's another Hannah. All right, thank you, Lauren. I'm sorry. Put it back on the screen. Lauren from Australia. I'm all right. I'm like the guy. I'm like, what's your name? Jessica again? She's like, no, Lauren. I was like, oh yeah, Lauren. My bad. I gotta actually come on. You gotta play hard to get. They don't like when it's too easy, so you gotta pretend like you don't know their name. Yeah, Lauren. Oh no, I got it wrong. I'm eating a Vegemite sandwich. See, I'm trying to fit in Australia. I eat I like more of like a steak sandwich guy, but Vegemite doesn't sound good. But you know, when in Rome, might as well try it. When in what's the word? Perth. When in Perth, might as well try one. Oh no, he doesn't like Vegemite sandwiches. My bad. Someone said Hannah wants to watch Levin. Well, Hannah didn't give the $20 super chat. That was Lauren. So Hannah doesn't really get her way. I mean, I'll play the Mark Levin thing, but it's pretty dark. I like it's gonna creep me out because Mark Levin kind of freaks me out. All right. Well, you know, we'll give the people what they want though. Let me find it real quick. Give me 1 second. I'll look it up for you guys. So needy. Let me find it. Just looking for my guy. He posts a lot. Where is it? Let's look. Let's keep going. Hold on. I'm going to find it. Just give me a second. If I can't find it within 30 seconds, then I'm not going to do it. Let's see. Okay, I found it. Are you guys sure you really want to hear the Mark Levin thing? He's like going nuts. He thinks Tucker Carlson is like Hitler or something. I think he really thinks Tucker's Hitler, which is scary because Tucker literally like isn't that. He's just like, yeah, I just want to talk about what happened on 9/11 or something. You love Mark Levin? That's frightening. Play the Levin rant? All right. Jeez. People don't even want to listen to me. He's all right. I'll play it. So this is just a clip where he's like freaking out at Tucker Carlson. All right. It's like 3 minutes long. I might cut it off if it starts freaking me out a little bit, but maybe I'll let it play.
And so now we're back to the old blood libel. The old blood libel. Because it comes up by Carlson.
The old blood libel. So, and I'm not trying to laugh at that, but it's like, if you say Israel ever did anything wrong or a single Jewish person did something wrong, they just accuse you of blood libel. And by they, I mean Mark Levin and people like him. But like, what did Tucker do that's blood libel? I think if you say like Jeffrey Epstein worked for Israel, they call that blood libel. Like, no other country has words where like you can't accuse them of everything, but there's, the Mark Levins of the world, any sort of accusation, it just reminds them of history, where it's just this time in the past where, Christians accuse them of being witches or something. I don't know. But here's Mark Levin, the old blood libel from Tucker Carlson.
And so now we're back to the old blood libel. The old blood libel. Because it comes up by Carlson during what was an absolutely beautiful memorial service for our friend Charlie Kirk. Now, I want to tell you something. I don't know where this is going. I don't know where this Jew hatred from the Marxists, the Islamists, the neo-Nazis, the grifters, I don't know where they're pulling us and pushing us. What do they want to do with American Jews? What do they want to do? Where are they taking this country? They're destroying it. Carlson, Owens, Kelly, Bannon, the rest of them, and others. Some of these dumb bastards like Carlson, they've awakened. They've awakened a sleeping giant. People of faith want nothing to do with Holocaust deniers. People of faith want nothing to do with out-of-the-closet, full-throated Jew haters. People of faith want nothing to do with individuals who try to steal their faith, Christianity, and use it to advance the causes of the Islamists, use it to advance anti-Americanism, use it to attack the greatest generation and the victories in World War II. We're not putting up with this. We're not tolerating this. None of us. You don't trash Christians and Jews and American soldiers on the battlefield in World War II. You don't make excuses for Hitler and smear Churchill. You don't platform Holocaust deniers and sympathize with Qatar and Iran and Putin and think that you represent the people of the United States. Hell, that's not Trump. That's not Reagan. That's sick. That is sick. After fighting in the Reagan Revolution, in the Tea Party movement, I'll be damned if they're fighting for the Constitution and Convention of States. I'll be damned if you and me fighting for Donald Trump's election fiercely. If I'm going to surrender the future of this country to neo-Nazis, to Marxists, to Islamists, to Jew haters, to Christian haters, to American haters, whether they're dressed up on the right or the left, whether they're wearing a kippah or a suit, it doesn't much matter to me. And they are going to feel our wrath. It's just a matter of time.
So he mentioned Megyn Kelly there. Is Dennis Prager going to call Mark Levin and be like, hey, maybe you should lay off Megyn Kelly. She likes Israel, actually. Or no? Do you think she's going to call Megyn Kelly to tell Megyn Kelly, hey, it's not all of us, even though Megyn Kelly never said that? Let's watch the clip of Tucker Carlson because, to be honest, I know this went viral and it was so controversial. I haven't even seen the full clip because I don't know. I didn't watch any of this memorial, but here's the clip that Mark Levin said is a blood libel. So this, if you want to know what a blood libel is, I guess this is what it is. I'm not even lying. I don't think I've seen this full clip. Maybe like part of it.
Ultimately, he was a Christian evangelist. And it actually reminds me of my favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us? We must make him stop talking. And there's always one guy with the bright idea, and I can just hear him say, I've got an idea, why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Everything is inverted.
So that's blood libel because he told a story from the Bible. That's blood libel. The Bible is blood libel. Maybe we could change the name from the Bible to blood libel on the books, so every Christian knows that they're reading blood libel. I wonder what Mark Levin thinks about Revelation 2:9. Let me see. Is it 2:9? Revelation 2:9. Let me read Revelation 2:9 from the Bible. I know your works, tribulation and poverty, and I know of the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. The synagogue of Satan. Is that blood libel? Because that's what the Bible says. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe we should rewrite it. Maybe we should rewrite the Bible because Mark Levin doesn't like it. It's hate speech. It's the worst thing he's ever heard. And I'll just show you guys something real quick, because Christians, anybody to be honest, but like Christians who don't understand like where anti-Semitism comes from, you guys got to figure out that it actually comes from Christian followers of Jesus Christ. Like that's where they think it comes from. So that's why they're so like the Bible stories like really bother certain people like Mark Levin, because let me find this clip real quick. I got to scroll down a little bit. Candace, when she was on the Daily Wire, she interviewed Rabbi Barclay, and she asked him, because, you know, I think he was calling her an anti-Semite or something. She asked him, where does the word come from? And he basically said it comes from 2,000 years ago. So when Christians are like, wait, like even I saw Crowder's CEO, I don't know who it is, but like Crowder's CEO was arguing with Zionists and was like, you know, this is what the Bible says. Even Glenn Beck responded to this like right-wing Zionist account, and he called him a leftist. Like they were being so crazy over Tucker Carlson's speech that even Glenn Beck thought that they were liberal. And this is where I realized that some people aren't like just sold out or anything, or they're not sold out. They're just stupid. Like I'm not trying to be rude, but is Glenn Beck dumb? Like Glenn Beck's like, look at this leftist and how he's reacting to Tucker Carlson. No, that's a right-winger. But thank you for saying that, because right-wing Zionists do act like leftists, where they act hysterically over biblical words, because a lot of them don't like that. And here's Candace asking, like, where does I want everybody to listen to this, especially a Christian who thinks, no, everyone else is anti-Semitic, not me, because I listen to Fox News. You're an anti-Semite too, trust me. You just don't know it yet. And I'm not saying that to be rude or anything. It's just, if you're Christian, you will be called that. If you're America first, you will be called that. If you believe the First Amendment, you will be called that. It will be used on you.
Could you provide for us a definition of anti-Semitism?
Absolutely. I really appreciate that, because I think that is the break. If we're not speaking the same language, where can we go, right? So there's a man, a blessed memory man named Lord Jonathan Sachs. He was the chief rabbi of England. He had a great line. He really defined anti-Semitism. That anti-Semitism is Jews have no right to exist collectively as Jews with the same rights as other human beings. Which is kind of a weird statement. So let's just track back a bit to understand the history of anti-Semitism. 2,000 years ago, Jews don't accept Jesus as Messiah. For people who do not have faith, as the early Christians, as some of them have faith, some of them accept Jesus, but they don't really in their heart You and I both know people like Rob McCoy who accepts it fully in their heart, and other people who are doing it without faith. And they're those who have less faith. The fact that a Jew exists, let alone thrives, is a threat to their faith, because how can the Jew not accept Jesus as God and still thrive? Unless he's associated with the devil. So you start having these myths that are created of the Jew being identified with the opposite of God. This really codifies in 1144 in Norwich, England, what's called the blood libel. This is really
the blood libel. So he said, basically, if you want to know the history of anti-Semitism, it started with 2,000 years ago. Jesus was killed. You can't say who killed him because that's blood libel. They don't, it never happened, I guess. The Bible's whatever. So 2,000 years ago, Jesus is murdered, right? Can't say who was involved in that because that's hate speech. But when Jesus was murdered, the original Christians were people who believed that Christ was Lord. Jewish people at the time, probably a lot, which were involved in the blanking of blank, didn't believe that he was Lord, and they hated him so much they wanted him dead. And the Christians at the time who believed in Christ didn't like that the people who wanted him dead hated him. And that's when anti-Semitism was created, because, it's not their fault. It's your fault for disagreeing with them. So that's where for every Christian watching and everyone, that's when anti-Semitism the word was created, apparently, according to the people that are pushing it internationally now. It's just when Jesus was killed, can't say by who, because could have been anybody. And then, the people that didn't want Jesus killed and was like, wait, he's Lord, he's risen. They looked around at the people who hated him and they were like, yeah, no, we hate him. We don't believe that he's Lord. And we don't believe in whatever he's doing. And then they were like, yeah, that's weird. And then they're like, well, no, actually, you're anti-Semitic for wanting us to agree with you. So good luck evangelizing Christians. Not that you need to push your beliefs onto everybody, but that if you haven't figured out yet, like the closer you get to actual scripture and the closer you get to actual reality when it comes to politics and the truth, you will be called an anti-Semite, just like Charlie Kirk. It's like, he was like, oh, I serve America, not Israel. They're like, all right, anti-Semite. He's like, some of these donors want me to do something I don't want to do. And they're like, yeah, you're anti-Semite. And then he goes, well, I don't know if I agree with what the government of Israel is doing, or I have some questions about this day because I don't understand how this all happened. Then he became pro-Hamas or whatever. They threw every slander on him possible. And then all his friends that he thought were on his side were mysteriously probably doing nothing to defend him. So, it's a crazy world, folks. Let's see. All right. I'm not going to stay for 2 hours, so let's make the next 10, 15 minutes fun. Let's see what you guys are saying. Someone said everything is hate speech. Well, thank you. That'll give me a segue. So I just want to let you guys know real quick. These hats are available. Sorry, my chair's a little squeaky. Just don't think about it that much. But I want to show you guys real quick. I got some hats in at dreamrare.com. So I ordered a couple hundred hats of each one. We got the God Bless, the God is Great. We got black ones. We got white ones. Check out dreamrare.com. Thank you guys to everybody who's been purchasing. Everything is made in the United States. My buddy who's helping me make them and ship them and stuff that I work with, he reminded me to tell me that they were custom made. So we work with a made in the USA business. They didn't even have the hats available. Like they were like, we can give you cheap ones that we get the material from other places. But they said they had a custom option to make them. So they're actually not only made in the USA, but they're custom made. All materials in the USA, made in the USA, put together in the USA, specifically for me, stitched in the USA. Go to dreamrare.com, get yourself a God Bless hat. The pre-order's up now. This shirt I made myself and designed. Oh, upside down. Oh no, that's a big mistake. We got to not do that. You already see, it says First Amendment, the truth sounds like hate speech to those who hate the truth. That's a straight banger, folks, and that's true. I mean, they'll call you racist, they'll call you sexist, they'll call you xenophobe, they'll call you an anti-Semite, they'll call you climate change denier, they'll call it hate speech, they'll call it blood libel. They'll use every word under the sun. Sometimes it's just honest and they just don't like the truth. So that's just how the world works. Sorry. All right. This one is a really, I heard this one's really popular at their retirement homes. I can't really verify that, but as far as the I love boomers, boomers, we love boomers. Every generation has its pros and cons, but to prove that I don't hate boomers, because a lot of boomers are like, Anomaly, you've been a little hard on us. And I'm like, you're not wrong. I have been hard on the boomers. It's time to be nicer to boomers. My I love boomer shirt, it's really, really big in the retirement communities right now. We've sold a couple, but we love the boomers. And if you don't believe I like boomers, there's proof right there. There's picture proof. I'm a cartoon. There's a boomer, a guy and a girl, just to prove that, there's only two genders and both genders are boomers. So there's the I love boomer shirt. It's really popular on the streets right now. I heard Harlem is rocking that pretty heavy or something. So you got that. And then this one is a personal favorite of mine. I'm definitely going to wear this around this week. One Nation Under God. That's a banger. It might also be hate speech in some circles, but dreamrare.com. Check it out. Check out the black hats, the white hats, the God bless hats. I mean, this is high level stuff, folks. You got to get one. If I want to make some money, do a Bob Ross remix. I'm in a different place now than when I wrote that song, but thank you. Just want to say hello to everyone. Hopefully everyone had a good day. Thank you, TB. We got such a nice audience here. And I'm sorry to the girl from Australia. I hope I didn't scare you away with my Australian accent and being, is she still here? I apologize if that was a little too much for you. So the boomer, what about the boomer shirt? On the boomer shirt, I can't. Someone said I have the first run white hat. My head is too big. The hat was too shallow. Maybe I'll sell it on eBay. I think you have a really early one. So I just, and I'll be honest too, like I like some of them are like golf hats and stuff. That one was smaller. I think this one's going to be bigger, to be honest. Like the very, very first God bless white hats were like small. I have a big head. They fit my head too, but it's more of like a golf hat. And then some of them are like a baseball hat. We'll see how big these ones are, but I think they're going to be bigger for sure. But you must have a big head, because I got a big head too and it kind of fit. But it was, I like the, let me see I don't have it here. Oh shit. The second gen white hats were like a little bit bigger. So I think you got the very original ones, because the last like couple thousand I sold were like the baseball more hats. Happy little Anomaly. Appreciate it. Please reflect on October 7th, false flag, somebody said. I'm good on that. Thank you. I mean, I'm not saying that it was that. You said that. Netanyahu, he said that. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, Charlie said that. Charlie thought, not that he thought it was a false flag, but he just thought it didn't make sense. Like he asked the question if there's a stand down order. So I'm not going to say anything, but I do think that if anybody got to interview Netanyahu, that would be a pretty good journalistic question. Not to frame it like that, but to ask the question of like, kind of try to figure out exactly what happened or how a hand glider got through. These are journalistic questions people could ask. Someone said, you need a shirt or a hoodie that says long story short. Yeah, but would anyone actually want to to wear that though? Maybe. I do say a lot of things a lot, and I always be like, not trying to be rude, but, and then I'll say something rude. I'll be like, not trying to be rude, but I think your outfit's really ugly and you're stupid and you're gay. Not to be rude though. No, I don't actually do that, but someone said 250 politicians we know who to vote against. Yeah, and here's the crazy part about that. It wasn't even 250 like congressmen, it was lawmakers. I think there were like just some random lawmakers that aren't even that big in states. Like why do they have to fly to Israel? It's just too much, dude. They just got to stay in America and fix this country. Like, I don't know. There's nowhere like Israel where they all just fly there all the time to like worship it. It's just weird. When am I coming to Greenville so you could take me to barbecue? I don't know. And I don't even know if I want to do like a speaking tour because I don't want to get shot. So not saying that that'll happen if I do a speaking tour, but I don't know. I got to check because I think I didn't check my messages, but I think somebody from Turning Point called me and asked me to speak at one of their events, but I'm probably going to decline. I mean, I appreciate the thoughts and I don't know how high up the chain it is. Like it might just be a random student group of Turning Point, but I don't think I'm going to do it. And I think I want to wait to see the full investigation before I do any speaking gigs again. It's not like I'll never do anything again, but I don't want to speak at their events right now. No disrespect to Turning Point. They've been pretty cool to me over the last couple of years, but I want to see what happened to Charlie, like that. At bare minimum, no conspiracy. At bare minimum, the security did not do their job. That's a fact. So, like, I need to, not that I'm going to speak at an event, but if I was, I would need a lot of understanding of like, what are you doing better than what you did that day? Because that was not like, and even the one guy behind him that was like moving his hat and stuff, he wasn't even a security guard. So it's like, I don't know what the security was like that day, but it wasn't enough. Someone said, what integrity? I don't think it's integrity to not want to get shot. Like, that's not like a virtuous thing of me or something. It's just like, here's what I will say. I think there's good people at every media company to some extent, but like, I don't trust the GOP. I went to the Turning Point event. It's not like I'm scared to show my face or anything, but like, I don't trust Trump. I don't trust certain people Charlie had around him. I don't know. I want to see more into this situation. I've said this a bunch, and I'm not an investigator, so like, I'm not trying to like lead the front lines like Candace and like put things together. But in my own mind and in my own like spare time, I'm putting stuff together. But I'm just not confident enough about everything to like make a whole thing out of it. And if I was, I would do it. But from what I've seen, like, if there's never any video or picture evidence from the roof, I don't believe it. That's my personal opinion. People don't have to agree with me. I think there has to be picture videos of the roof. And if they never show those for whatever reason, I don't buy the narrative. With that being said, I've been watching all the alternative theories and this or that, and there's some interesting stuff that I've seen on Twitter. I don't believe everything. I'm not a ballistics expert, so I don't know why the shirt ripples that way or this way. And I'm not like trying to like be sloppy with my reporting where some people are like, it came from the left, it came from the right, it came from up, it came from down, it came from the basement. I'm not doing that because I don't know. But what I will say is I've seen some interesting stuff on Twitter where, I've seen some interesting theories that make more sense than other ones that I've heard. And we'll see how mainstream they go, or like who believes that or what, and then what's done about it. Like, is there ever going to be any sort of follow-up on this? Or are they planning to follow up on it? I don't know. Candace put up a picture of Tyler Robinson at a Dairy Queen. No one has confirmed or denied that picture. It's not that they have to confirm or deny everything that Candace does, but that one was a pretty good one if it's real. So like, they don't have to. It's not like Kash Patel has to shadow Candace Owens' podcast or anything, but Candace Owens is like, she did show that picture. Was that picture of Tyler Robinson real? If it was, why did Candace find it before you did? Or did you find it and you just don't want to tell us? I don't know. I don't trust the feds. I think Candace's reports are interesting, but there's also other interesting stuff on Twitter that I haven't even seen Candace talk about. I'll just say that. I don't really want to talk about it right now, but I've seen a lot of different like thoughts and theories on Twitter, and one of them to me seems very compelling. But I don't know enough about ballistics and angles to really like feel confident about it. It just makes more sense than some other stuff I'm saying. Let's put it that way. Someone said, do I look over my shoulder when I go outside? I would say sometimes, yeah. I'm not like completely paranoid, but definitely more paranoid these last 2 weeks after Charlie got shot or killed in some fashion. With that being said, I try to pay attention, but at the same time, I'm not going to like live my entire life in fear. But I don't know. I've never been a fan of live events. Like, I never could have predicted that this would have happened to Charlie or somebody like that. But I've told this story before. In my own personal life, I've been turning down speaking gigs left and right because nobody wants to pay me that much. And it's just not worth it. Like G. Edward Griffin booked me to speak in like Grand Rapids or something, and I backed out, and he was really upset at me. But to be honest, the reason I really did it was it was too much stress. Like I was like, I don't want to announce that I'm going to be on stage here because I love G. Edward Griffin, but there's no way he's going to have good security. So basically, you know, I reach hundreds of millions of people a year, like a month. I think I reach I don't know if it's actually billions, but I reach hundreds of millions of people a month. I have billions of views. I like, you know, I don't know who likes me and who doesn't, but at the end of the day, like the dumbest thing I could probably do is just be like, I'm going to be on that stage in 5 weeks with no security. And it's like G. Edward Griffin is not Charlie Kirk, so he probably doesn't even have security or has some like really weak security. I've been turning down speaking gigs for years. And keep in mind, I'm not as important as Charlie Kirk. I'm not as famous as Charlie Kirk. I'm not as well connected as Charlie Kirk. I don't have donors like Charlie is like going to be the president. I'm like not that important, you know? On one hand, I think I'm somewhat important, but I'm not like Charlie, oh, he's going to be the president and change policy one day. Like Charlie's that important. But he should have had better security or his security, like, you know, in hindsight, it's easier to say. I'm just being honest and letting people know I've been turning down speaking gigs for years now because people are like, here, come for free. I'll pay for your flight. Oh yeah. Then I'll think about it I'll post it on Facebook. I'll let people know I'll be standing on that stage right there with no security. Even though I'm not Charlie Kirk, you know, or like someone of that level, it's just like, it's not fun for me. That's not a fun trip. Let me go stand on that stage and promote I'm going to be on that stage in 5 weeks. I did an event in Los Angeles when I lived there, and a couple hundred people went. I've done a live event. It was pretty fun. I've done live shows. Those are more fun because I just rap in front of thousands of people and I don't have to announce I'm going to be there because it's not my show. I'm just a guest on a song with a rock band. Those are fun, but I don't know. For the last 4 years, I've been turning down any speaking gig that didn't seem worth it if it was just not that much money or I didn't think there would be good security. I don't know. I just have a bad feeling about announcing that I'm going to be somewhere and to like my entire audience. It just, I don't know. If I'm going to announce that I'm going to be somewhere to my entire audience, like for 4 weeks, I want tens of thousands of dollars and I want the best security on planet Earth. If I can't have that, I don't want to go. And I'm not even Trump or Charlie Kirk. That's just how I think. I don't know. So, and this is what really, like, I don't want to say pisses me off, but pisses me off for lack of a better term. I just wish Charlie and his team understood how famous Charlie was. Like when he got shot, he had one guy standing behind him who was Frank Turek, who isn't even a security guard. He's like an author. You had that guy that everybody's looking at that like moved his arm or something that was apparently his security guard that was in the thing. He was I don't know. Like Charlie should have had like Trump level security. He was Charlie Kirk. They weren't checking the roofs. There was like barely any, like, I don't know. His security looked like it sucked. And I've seen the theories, like there's theories going around about this or that, and I don't know. But someone said Charlie once said the best security is Israeli. He did say that, but then a lot of people are trying to say his security was Israeli. It's like nobody knows that yet. Nobody has proven that. He just said that one time, so now there's like a rumor going around that that's who his security was that day. That's just based off of something he said one time. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if that correlates to who was his security that day. It's just people are getting those two things mixed up. But yeah, he did say that. Someone said the guy that moved his arm, I heard he disappeared. What do you mean disappeared? I don't know what that means. Someone said, good night, everyone. Stay safe out there. Thank you, TB. Appreciate you. Disappeared as in like ran away, or disappeared as in like, I don't know. I haven't. What do you mean? Someone said saying blank killed him is evil. That's an evil thing to say. I didn't say that. If someone said it in the comments, you could tell them that's evil. I guess like I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't want to speak in hypotheticals, but I don't say things that I can't prove. So if anyone else wants to claim that they know and they don't, that's on them and their conscience, etc. But I don't know. Like, I feel like trying to act like you're so sure is the same as what they're doing, sort of. But I don't. I don't know. Are you saying you saw him ducking for cover? I mean, everyone could say what they would do in that situation, but as far as, like what you do, I'm going to be patient. Let's just put it that way. I'm going to be patient, see what comes out. But on Twitter, it seems like there's a theory going around Twitter. And I'm not talking like, I'm not talking specifics of like, I don't know. There's people on Twitter that are acting like they're sure about who did it, et cetera. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about like theories of like who in the crowd and like who was doing what. Like everybody's kind of speculating and being sloppy with it. But I'll just say I've just seen some stuff that makes more sense to me than anything else, as far as like, I don't even want to say it because I'm not trying to like push theories that I can't prove. But if you're on social media, I'm sure you'll see it in the next week or two, because it went from like nobody talking about it to a few people to a few more to like, I feel like it like blew up on Twitter over the last day or so. Someone asked earlier, like, do I believe they caught the right assassin for Charlie Kirk? Said Chris. Do I think so? Personally, no. I don't buy their story. It's just not adding up to me, but is it possible? Sure. It just seems like the text messages to me seemed hella fake. The fact that there's no footage seems crazy. Like they're not giving me enough to make me feel good about it. Like they were following up every day. Like, we don't know who it is. The father turned him in, and then they just went cold turkey. If the feds want to go cold turkey and not show the public and then talk in 3 weeks, that's on them. They get to decide how public or private they want to be. But just for me personally, like, let's just be honest. Like Candace Owens, I'm not saying she's the be all end all, but she's the most famous person that's like investigating this, right? So if Candace is covering this every single day and she's going through like little rabbit holes and this and that, and she's claiming, I talked to this person who has the footage, and they're saying this, millions of people are seeing that. So if Candace is doing her own investigation every day and people are watching and the feds aren't saying anything, people are going to watch Candace. And I'm not saying they have to necessarily compete with Candace, but before Candace even said anything, the feds seemed like they were going day to day, like more information. And then out of nowhere, they just stopped. Maybe that's their strategy. The feds have every right to say, I don't want to tell the public what's going on. We're going to investigate it first. They have every right to do that. But that strategy doesn't work for me. I don't like the fact that they haven't said anything about Charlie in a week. I don't think the text messages they showed were convincing. I don't think the information they showed was that convincing. The fact that there's no video footage of him in the act is not convincing. The video footage they have of him is horrible at an event with thousands of cameras and thousands of cell phones. I'm just not buying it. I don't know what to say. I'm not buying it. That's my personal right as an American citizen. I get to make my own opinion. I'm not pushing any information that I can't prove, but I'm just not buying what they're doing. And I don't know, I'm not sure what the motive is. Like, I'm sure, let me just give a hypothetical because I don't know. But let's just say they start investigating, and 2 weeks or 3 weeks into this, the feds start, and hypothetical, just saying, they come to the conclusion that they got the wrong guy. Do you think they would admit they got the wrong person, or do you think they would be embarrassed? Because that's kind of embarrassing. Like if you thought you got the right person and you didn't 3 weeks later, isn't that pretty embarrassing? So it's like with the vaccine, not to tie everything to COVID, but I just think that way because they treated me like a slave for 3 years. But it's like, I knew that product wasn't what they said it was the entire time, just based off my journalism. They bought the doses. Once they bought them, they're not going to admit until it's too late. They spent the money. They've Trump, everybody went all in on it. They're not going to tell you. They'd rather hundreds of millions of people take the product than them admit it's not good and just shelf it. It's too embarrassing for them. So I feel like it's the same thing with this. I'm not saying it's not, but hypothetically, if they found out it wasn't, do you think they would tell you, we messed up, we don't have the guy, we need your help again? Or do you think they just frame the guy and just be like, it's better to do that because we don't really know who it is, or, we're not sure. Am I right all the time? Of course not. But what I think I'm good at is that I think I'm good at leaning into what I know and being humble enough to tell you when I don't know. And I think there's certain influencers that they feel like they need to be the smarty pants all the time. I'm not bragging, but I am bragging. I think I'm smarter than a lot of people realize. And I think sometimes the people that act like they're way smarter about everything, they just have like this ego complex where they're like, I gotta pretend like I'm so sure about everything. I'm totally fine with being patient. I'm totally fine with knowing that I don't know certain stuff, but I do think I'm way more well-rounded than most people. I think I did a great job with COVID. Most people didn't. I think I understand demographics and religion and, like the way the world's working. A lot of people don't understand that. I think, I'm pretty good at foreign policy. I'm not like the expert, but I don't pretend like I am at certain things. I think I have a good, well-rounded approach where I know a lot more than a lot of people realize. And there's a lot of influencers that they're great on foreign policy, but they know nothing about pharmaceuticals. They're great on domestic policy, but they have a huge blind spot for this. I don't think I have that many blind spots, because if there is a blind spot, it's not a blind spot in the sense of like, let me act like I'm an expert for 5 hours on a topic that I'm going to have to eat crow on. How many people had to eat crow on COVID? How many people don't understand that? Even with all this stuff, like with Candace, I've been watching her videos every day for the most part. A lot of it I think is interesting. I think she's funny. I get why Candace is so popular, and she's a superstar. But there are some parts of her videos where I'm just like, yeah, I don't know about all that. But the thing is, she's trying, and I'm not saying this to like take a jab at Candace, because I like Candace, but I can't say I agree with every single thing she says or does, because sometimes I'll be like, that was fire, that was fire, that was fire. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That was fire. Like, that's kind of how I watched the episode. But the thing you got to give her credit for is she's trying. No one else seems to be like, I trust her more than other people, just because they're like, if someone is in our space and their idea of the Charlie thing is it's completely solved, let's stop talking about it, Candace is an idiot, I end up trusting Candace more than them, because even if you don't agree with Candace, I just find it crazy. Like, to me, I find it as crazy as saying, I trust the federal government about lockdowns. I trust the federal government about vaccines. I trust the federal government about foreign policy. I don't. So I can't really relate to that. And I don't dislike, I know how federal government works. Like, if you ask me like, oh, you think you know more than the intelligence communities? You think you know more than the politicians? No, I don't think I know more, but I understand how politics works. Do you think that most of the government are the most impressive people? Like, is your mayor the best person in your town? Is your governor the smartest? No. A lot of times it's like the stupidest, dumbest person you've ever seen. Is Nancy Mace the smartest woman in South Carolina or wherever she is? No, she's annoying, but she's very narcissistic. She's very good at playing the game. Some people are good at taking donor money. So, like, you think that politics is just smart people doing smart things that you don't understand. I think politics is like a game of corruption, a game of money. Like, I don't just think that, I know that. It's the same. I make calculated, estimated guesses, but the more data you input, you make better decisions. Like during COVID, I nearly had an 100% accuracy rating on all my videos. It's because I said what I knew, I researched stuff, and then I stayed out of it what I didn't know. I never made claims too big. I never said the vaccine was this or that or it's so bad. I just gave the facts. I don't need to do all that, because that's not honest. That's not good journalism. It's the same as this. Like, I trust I was right and the government was wrong and Ben Shapiro was wrong. It's not a coincidence. I don't think I'm a genius. I just think I'm not corrupt. I'm not corrupt, and I'm not an idiot. Yes, I'm smart. No, I'm not. You can't buy me out. And no, I don't have any special motive. So then I just do what I think is right and true. Most people are not doing that. I know this for a fact. Even like the whole, I have no idea what happened there, but like the whole like Hamptons meeting with Charlie and stuff. people don't realize how that, like, this is what's going on. Like, there was all these influencers that were with Charlie in the Hamptons with these billionaires to talk about Israel. Why are you in the Hamptons with billionaires talking about Israel? Like, what is that? That's like, I want to hang out with, like, I'll go to, say I went to Turning Point. I didn't get lured to Turning Point to talk about a foreign nation. I went to Turning Point to just kick it, do interviews, and nobody told me I had to talk about anything. You have conversations with people about everything because it's a political event. But like, I would never go to an event where it's like, we're all congregating about this topic. It's like, that's creepy. That's weird. No matter how you like, but that's what other influencers are doing. And that's why they're getting access. You see them in Israel. We're going on an Israel trip. Now we're in the Hamptons. Now we're like, this is how this industry works. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, I don't think I'm so smart. I am smart, but it's just like, I know that it's not just like, it's not like a chess game where it's like, I'm the best at chess. I'm the best at this game because it's a multi-factored game and I'm not selling out. I'm not going to these weirdo events. I'm not, like, that's why I'm able to just say what I actually think. Not everyone's in a position to say what they think, and not everyone's in a position to serve you. They've already basically, it's the same as like signing to a major label and you lose all your rights. A lot of these influencers have sold their soul to the devil. They're so far gone. Even someone like Charlie, like, I think, and that's why it's crazy timing, but he basically was working with the powers that be his entire career, and he still was willing to work with everybody. But, this is what I will say about like how Charlie got there. I'm not knocking him posthumously. Rest in peace, Charlie. I've only said great things about him, but I'm just being honest. A lot of his career, yes, it's his charisma. Yes, it's his personality. Yes, it's his spirit. But also he had a lot of backing. Like when you take a label money, say you take label money and you sign $1 million deal, they own your masters. Everything's a trade-off, right? You sign to this Sony or whatever, they want to do a 360 deal. They get a part of all of your stuff. So with Charlie, he probably like never signed away his entire life or anything, but essentially his entire career, he was working with donors. He was working with special interests. He was working with politicians. So similar to a musician or a record label, he never really had the freedom to be everything that maybe he would want to be if he wasn't backed by all these people. But this is kind of the difference, is like towards the end, Charlie was starting to get so famous and so popular and probably so wealthy that he started realizing, I don't think I really need all these things. I don't think I need these donors. I don't think I need these people. I don't think I need to give a shit what that person says. I'm Charlie Kirk. I'm famous. I'm rich. I'll make money some other way. I got so many emails, so many people that go to my events. I'll be able to raise money without these donors. I'll be able, I think he got to a certain point where Charlie thought, I don't need all these people who kind of made me or help me get here. And a lot of them were pissed because I'm sure they felt like, who do you think you are? How do you think you got here? And the same sort of situation happens with labels all the time. Like, even though I'm an artist that, like, you would think I would side with the artist, like, oh, the labels are so bad, this and that. Yeah, but you traded that for that. You're talking to somebody who never traded it. So it's hard for, like, say Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift wants all her masters. She doesn't own her music. She's re-recording her music because she doesn't own it. Well, that's why she's famous. If she owned her music, no one would listen to it, like, and this is where I'm not saying the labels are like a good guy or anything, but if you wanted to do it yourself, why didn't you? You didn't. And then you got hundreds of millions of dollars and you realize that you don't own any of your shit. But the reason you have hundreds of millions of dollars is because you worked with these big banks, big labels, big record execs, and they made you famous and they made you rich and they gave you something you couldn't have gotten on your own. And then when you get it, now you're the victim. Now you want all your stuff. Okay, Taylor can get all her masters and whatever because she's got a big fan base and she re-recorded all her albums, but she's not really a victim. Nobody wants to say no to these deals, and then they act like they're a victim to the deal. It's the same thing as like Crowder. Oh my gosh, look what Daily Wire. Then don't sign it, bro. But at the same time, it's like, who have you worked with in the past? Has anyone given you money? Has anyone done stuff for you? Did you ever want to do it all by yourself? Probably not. So there's always going to be a trade-off. So I think, with Charlie, he did a trade-off for a while, but then he got so big he didn't want to do the trade-off. You know, Candace did that to some extent too. She worked with PragerU, she worked with Turning Point, she worked with all the big wigs, she made a lot of money, she got married, and then I think she realized, I don't need these people, you know, I don't need their money, I don't need their approval. And then she got fired and did her own thing. You know, Matt Gaetz was in politics. He never really kept it that real. He was kind of cool. As soon as Matt Gaetz got kicked out of Attorney General, now Matt Gaetz sounds like Tucker Carlson. You notice, like, as soon as these people shed, you know, they shed whatever they were working with, all of a sudden they're super real. People are doing something to them. You know, they're like, you either consciously or unconsciously trade something. Like for people like Tucker and Candace, I have no idea what they knew when they knew it, but something tells me if I could figure stuff out in 2019, so could a lot of people. But what's the cost? Like you tell yourself sometimes too, when you're at certain places, do I want to go there? Because if I go there, I lose all this stuff. Like, do I want to go there? And that's why some people play a calculated game. They wait until certain times, and then they're like, you know what? I'm going to shed my donors now. I've never had any of these things, so I understand the game that they're all playing. And I'm not knocking it. There's different times for different things. But, you know, people think I'm so rude or I'm taking shots at people because I'm like, oh, Anomaly, they just couldn't figure it out. You were just ahead. Yeah, maybe I'm just so smart that I figure out everything 6 years in advance. Or maybe I said no. Maybe I've turned all these things down. And a lot of these people didn't. And then they did. And that's what I think was happening to Charlie. And I'm not being rude. I'm just being honest. I think his entire life he was donor back, funded, establishment. And then he got so rich and famous, he thought, I don't need any of these people. And that's why it's crazy. It's a crazy point that he died. Like, if you're an investigator, it's like, yes, the liberals hate him. Yes, South Park just put him on and made him super famous and made the left hate him. Like, obviously, the left are the number one suspects. But anybody acting like the timing of it wasn't crazy is lying to you. Like, I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just being honest. It was crazy timing. Charlie was shedding his donors to some extent. Charlie was saying no. You know, the guy who talked to him the day before said he was in a combative mood. He was giving Charlie his talking points, and he said Charlie was like, nah, I don't agree with that anymore. Like, that was literally happening. It's all like provable. So, you know, there's something to be said about that and how you get to certain places and what you trade for that. And, you know, I think a lot of this stuff, it's like people, you know, people that once backed you, especially if they helped you get to that, sometimes I feel like people feel a certain way about it. It's like Scientologists. They help you, but then they don't want you to leave, you know? They're like, yeah, no, we helped you get from here to here, and then you're just going to act like we never did it. And you know, they hate that. And a lot of people were hating that Charlie was doing that. So, you know, and I'm sure they hate that Tucker. Same with Candace and Tucker. They hate that Candace and Tucker are doing it because Tucker was mainstream media his whole life. So those people are the most mad. Candace worked with Republican Inc., you know, Conservative Inc. for 5-6 years. So they're like, remember when you used to say that in 2018? And she's like, yeah, well, I'm smarter now. I'm wiser now. But it just reminds me of record labels because it's like you do all this stuff, you get connected, and then, you know, it's hard to get away sometimes, or sometimes you don't have, like, the deeper in you are, the harder it is to get away. Like, if you sold all your rights, you can't get away, you know? And I think Charlie was in deeper than anybody. Like Candace, she knew everybody, but I don't know, because I've never talked to Candace about her business, but something tells me Candace is an incredible businesswoman, and Candace finessed everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, Candace was like the black chick that was keeping it real, that was super witty, and like, you know, I feel like everybody wanted a piece of Candace, and Candace got her money, got her thing, and got out. Like, I don't think she was ever tied that deeply to anything. Probably the deepest she was tied was like Daily Wire, and they didn't even want her. They let her go. They're like, get out of here. We don't want you talking about this stuff. But you know, like Candace was like affiliated with everybody, but I think she just kind of like finessed everybody and, like, you know, got her money and never signed away that much. But she could talk about it if she wanted to. Tucker, he worked for all these mainstream media, but at the end of the day, he's like, he even said, like, Charlie had all these donors. I don't have any donors. So it's like, yeah, Tucker was kind of in deep, but he must have had all his rights. With Charlie, I think he was about to break away, but he was in deeper than anybody, like, and just surrounded unlike anybody, you know? Like, when you run a nonprofit, you're not playing the same game as like, oh, I'm a newscaster, I just get a check from Fox News. Like you got all sorts of, like, Charlie was tied to like everybody in the Republican movement, and he loved doing that. I don't know, it's crazy stuff. Someone said it's all a grift from both sides. There's a lot of grifting going on. I just think it's up to the audience to understand this, not trying to be a broken record, but politicians are not your friends. They're not like, oh, you think you know more than John Bolton? No, I don't think I know more than him about foreign policy, but I think I've never taken money from anybody. So like, if you could find me someone else that's never taken any money, that doesn't have some sort of massive bias, that is just some super genius, then I'll bow down and be like, all right, this guy is crushing me. But the people that think I'm just being jealous or something, no, I understand how this game works. It's the same with music. Like, yeah, nowadays you can make it on your own if you're ambitious and talented and just really work hard. But back in the day, like, there were only a couple labels owned by a couple people. And if you could go Master P and really hustle on your own, but it took a lot of physical effort at that time. But it's like you couldn't, the doors would close on you. And I have this same experience in music and podcasting and news. It's the same. I get the same thing from news people that I got from musicians. They ask you, hey, we really like your stuff, you're really popping or whatever. When I was 22, I had multiple record label meetings, and it would be like, you should do this. And I would be like, I'll work with you, but you got to work with me. Like, I'm not just going to like jump like a dog. Like, understand who I am, understand what I'm good at, and then we'll move forward. But like, they would like tell me like, dress like this. And I'd be like, yeah, I don't dress like that. And then they just not be interested. I swear it's a psychological ritual in the sense of like, is this guy easy to control? And as soon as they realize that you're not just a yes man, they don't want you, because it's like they're a bank. They're a record label. They control a lot of the radio situation. So it's like they can just find somebody else, especially me. Like, I'm not like a great singer or anything. I'm a good rapper, but it's like singing is better than rapping. Is, like if I had a voice like Drake or something, maybe they would be even more interested and willing to like negotiate. But for me, it's like, dude, we can find anybody. We can find a singer. We can find a dancer. Like, you don't even sing or dance. All the biggest pop stars sang and danced. If you don't sing and dance, it's very hard to get like super famous, like Eminem. He's like one of the only ones. And even he had to do a gimmick. Eminem was not who they sold to you. Like, if you listen to his old stuff, he's a great MC and a great lyricist, but this whole like evil thing, like they kind of like orchestrated that in order to like sell them to white kids and stuff. Like, they had a whole like thing. But anyway, same thing with the news, dude. They asked me something. They try to like do something weird. I don't like it. And then they're not interested. Oh, you don't want to do that? All right, we'll go somewhere else. It's like when a few people own everything, they have all the leverage in the world, and they're not interested, and then you hear stories like TLC and stuff, and they're like, oh, I'm broke, I have no money. Or like Toni Braxton, they said she was like, had no money. How are you like the most famous singer in the world and you have no money? Because they don't own anything. They got $1 million loan, $2 million record advance or whatever. Here's $2 million, but you only own 50%. So then when you make $2 million, they get it. You owe them 50%. You got to pay off the loan. You don't know how taxes work or whatever. I don't know exactly how, or it happens to some people, but it's like either they get Taylor Swift money or some people don't have money, but then they're complaining they can't drop their album. It's not, I don't know. It's hard to make it independently. But everything you take from a label or a news company or an organization, you're giving something away. There's some sort of trade-off. You just got to ask yourself, is it worth it? And do I want to do this? But for news, I think people should be very careful, because it's like, what are you getting in this for? Are you getting in it to tell the truth, or are you getting in it to be famous? There's a lot of like failed actresses and attention whores in this space that they just want attention. They want to be famous. They have no morals. They have no values. I'm concerned, I'm not even going to name names, but I see certain like conservative chicks and certain people like posting videos, and they're not even conservative. They hate conservatives. They hate men. They're just liberal feminists who realize that they could grift the right, take trips to Israel, and become like a famous right-wing star. But they're totally like plants at this point, where they're just like, going to like secret meetings and they're getting told how to do stuff. Like, bro, I'm not going to any sort of meeting. Like, I'm not going to an American meeting where the government tells me how to do this for America. I'm certainly not going to an Israel meeting where people feed me talking points. I don't need talking points from other people. I know my talking points are based on the truth, you know? It's like, I'm not going to be like, well, here's a way to say this. I thought of these on my own. I don't want someone else to think for me. But that's what they're doing to these like little interest groups. And, you know, even Charlie, dude, he was getting like, he had to talk to people for, you know, there's a clip that went out, but I'm going to try to cover it at some point, but I just keep getting busy. But there was a guy that was saying he would talk to Charlie for an hour and talk about Israel talking points. And Charlie started getting combative and he was like, yeah, I don't agree. Like, you know, like he started not agreeing because at a certain point, like either you become a talking head or you have your own brain. And my criticism of Charlie his whole career was that he was just a talking head. And I think he was Christian. I think he was conservative. But on the Israel stuff, to me, it just felt like he wasn't being genuine. And maybe that's a bias. I don't know. But towards the end of his career, he was starting to figure that out. And he was like, these talking points are not making sense to me. And the guy was saying that, you know, Charlie would repeat them even if he didn't agree with them. Like, that's what this guy said. He did an interview and he goes, Charlie was our friend. Even if he didn't agree with them, he would still say them for us. Like, what? Dude, like, that's what this, like people think, and rest in peace, Charlie, but like when Charlie was here and I would say certain things, people might perceive it as, oh, Anomaly's just being a hater. I am suspecting something's not adding up. And then posthumously, all these people come out and talk about Charlie's legacy. And one of his, like, you know, coaches on certain topics came out and said, Charlie was our friend. He would say our talking points, even if he didn't actually believe them. What? Like that's crazy. Like, it's not crazy, but it's like, yeah, I know when something's not adding up, it's not real. And there's a reason. It's like, why does someone have to have a coach who tells them to say things they don't believe? Like, is that what you think when you're watching somebody live? Do you think, oh, I like this person because he's coached on to say things that he doesn't believe? Why would I ever listen or talk, you know? But this is what certain people have to do in order to get to certain places. That's why the timing of it is so wild. Because he was starting to be like, I don't need to do this, you know? And that, I don't know. The timing of it is just wild. And anybody that says it's not is just not right about it. Someone said, Charlie did this for free speech. What did you say about Charlie? Nobody finds it ironic. Well, I'm not Alanis Morissette. I'm not looking for irony. Nothing. I don't think anything I said was ironic. So I said what I said. I don't need to repeat it. I do that enough by mistake. Someone said your paper money is going to be obsolete before 2030 hits. It's possible. I hope not, but I don't know. What's the solution, you think? Paper money? Gold? Buying a bunch of gold bars? Darn it, I stayed too long. Do I like your do-rag? Are you like Ja Rule or something? We got Ja Rule in the comment section. What's up, Ja? How you been, Mr. Rule? It's all good, baby, baby. What would I be without you? You weren't a thug if you didn't like Ja Rule. A little bit. A little Ja Rule and Ashanti in the car. Do the pimps and the players know what I'm talking about? No? Anyway, let's move on before it gets too weird. I've seen some videos of Charlie not being so nice. I mean, yeah, you're going to see that. Obviously, because he passed, everyone is going to, you know, lean into what he was good at. But yeah, of course, he's a human being. I don't think that everyone is nice all the time, but this is what's really sucks besides everything about it. He was only 31. Like, that's not that old. It's not like that young, but I think in his 20s, I really didn't like listening to him speak. And then certain clips, I feel like if he kept going down the path he was going and just continued to get realer and stuff, you know, like you got to let him be himself. Like when your job is to like argue with people all the day, you're not always going to be nice. And when you're in your 20s, it's hard to be like the best version of yourself. But he was 31. Like give him like 4 more years, 35. Like, dude, Ron DeSantis is like 40 something. So he was young for politics. I think some people are not going for nice all the time, like some people are purposely not nice, I don't think he was mean, but he liked to like have a gotcha moment, he liked to argue. He definitely liked to like put a libtard in their place. But yeah, I mean, I was not the biggest fan of his style, but it worked and a lot of people liked it, and he should have been allowed to be himself and talk and have people decide whether they liked what he was saying or not, or they liked his approach or not. Some people loved it, some people didn't. I think he would have kept going down the path of improving, but now we'll never know, unfortunately. Do I see America waking up as a unit? I mean, I think it's happening. It's just, it's hard to predict because certain trends are going in the right direction, but I don't understand the 20-year-olds. Like, I don't know what they're doing. Like, are they left wing? Are they right wing? Are they useless? Are they secretly based? It's hard to really put a finger on it, but it's interesting. It's interesting watching, even with the Israel stuff, like certain countries are saying no to them, like UK is saying no to them. Spain is saying no to them. Trump is saying no to them allegedly today. I don't know. Like, where is that going to go? Where's the youth going to go? Where is the right and the left going to go? It's hard for me to really like put a finger on it. So I can't predict the future. I don't know. And mass surveillance is coming. It's just, is it going to be used for good or evil? And I think I personally wish it was used now to stop violent crimes. Outdoor cameras, I don't think everyone needs to be tracked all the time. That's not ethical, like privacy. But when you walk out of your house, like if you rob a car, you shouldn't have privacy. There's cameras everywhere, yet I feel like they're doing a really bad job of catching people. But also it might just be the prosecutors, So there's so many layers of issues in America. I don't think I could predict like where it's going to go. I think some people are awakening, but there's so many divisions in this country, and there's so many subplots, and there's so many problems outside of politics. I would say like even with immigration and stuff, I believe everything I say, and I think that core demographics matter, and the net sum, like, a majority of people that see things a certain way, like when your country shifts, a lot of things shift. But I'll say, like, my car's been in the shop recently. I'm getting it fixed, and I've been taking a lot of Ubers because I have to, because I don't have a car. And a lot of my Uber drivers are just like from random places, and it's interesting just like talking to people, because there's, obviously in the mainstream you have your like legal versus illegal, that's like a big thing, like legal immigrants and illegal immigrants. And obviously a lot of Americans are upset at mass migration because it's become overwhelming, legal and illegal immigration. But just chatting with random people, like there's a lot of good people in this country. There's a lot of like good people that just want to make money for their families. And then there's a lot of bad people. So I think you should be allowed to talk about race and demographics and religion. Like, you shouldn't have to shy away from it. But I personally think the country would be a million times better if the government and the police actually just crack down on violent crime. I think everyone would be happier. Obviously, the economy sucking is not good, like if people's money went further. But I'm really underwhelmed with how the country's dealing with like car theft, house theft. This is my thought on how they could crack down on this, but maybe this is like too deep for just police. It needs to be the prosecutor. I think house thefts and car thefts should almost be charged like a violent crime, and almost like a murder attempt. And I mean, maybe this is extreme. I'm just kind of spitballing. I believe in morality. And if you're going to, like, if you're young and you like steal something from the store, I don't think a kid should go to jail for murder or something like that. But I just do think if you're willing to rob somebody's car or rob somebody's house, like, you're really evil. Like, I think it's not like, oh, a kid stole a candy bar from a store or tried to steal headphones or whatever. It's like you're stealing someone's property. Not that that's good too, but you get what I'm saying? Like, anybody that's willing to break into somebody's car, that's like a demon. That's not normal. Normal kids don't do that. Normal adults don't do that. That's not a normal thing that you do. House theft and car theft, it's becoming very common in America. I feel like it should be treated like a serious charge. Because if you can get rid of the people that are willing to break into a car or a house or do sort of property damage, these are the people that will murder. Not always, but it's like, how many murders are like, oh, they had 20 charges, 15 charges. What type of charges? Did they make a small mistake or something? Or are they constantly just doing like weirdo thefts and stuff? These are the people that are going to kill. If you're evil enough to steal a car, if you're evil enough to break into a house, you're probably evil enough to kill somebody by mistake or on purpose. That's just my opinion. It's not a normal thing to do. And someone said, my friend got her car stolen and it wrecked her life for a year or maybe a little more. Dude, it's happening so much. I had a guy that was Kurdish. I've been having like Kurdish drivers that are from like Iraq and stuff. And he said his daughter's car got stolen and like his insurance didn't cover it and they like messed it all up and she got it back and she doesn't even want to drive it because she's scared now because a bunch of like gangbangers stole her car. Like, dude, everyone has a story like that. Someone said you're reaching big time. I'm really not though. Dude, if you can't not steal a car and you like, do you know what Christianity teaches? Like, I mean, I'm not going to act like I'm a pastor now, but obviously thou shalt not steal, but being a good neighbor. And I'm not trying to be, maybe I shouldn't say this is Christianity because I'm not like a freaking pastor, but it's like, if you can't not rob your neighbor, bro, you got to go, and that, oh, you're going too far. Dude, this country sucks now. Like, everybody knows somebody that got robbed. Any nice neighborhood I've ever heard of in any state, people are like, it used to be really safe, and then people started stealing cars. It used to be really safe, but now this guy's doing that. It's happening in the suburbs. It's happening in the cities. Stealing is evil. What do you like to steal cars or something? Oh, dude, come on, we're just stealing a little. If you're evil enough to break into a car, if you're evil enough to break into a house, you're evil enough to kill somebody. I don't care what people say. You've gone down the fallen path and you've gone down a demonic life. And most of the time that somebody kills somebody, they have a rap sheet of stuff like that. Well, they robbed something, but they didn't have a gun, so we didn't put them in jail. Well, they stole a car, but they didn't hurt anybody. So, well, if you're going to steal a car, eventually you're going to hurt somebody, because you could steal a car and then chase and run away. Like, stealing a car is not like an easy crime where it's like, oh, we just stole a car and drove it. Like, it's very, like, what if somebody tried to stop you? Are you just going to give them their car back? Be like, oh, you caught me. Or are you going to try to swerve away? This happened where I used to live at. There was a woman who they were trying to rob her. They pulled up, they tried to rob her, and then somebody ran to go help, and then they ran her over and killed her. So they ended up murdering her, just trying to, oh, we weren't trying to kill you. We just were trying to steal your stuff. But then when we were about to get caught, we just tried to run away and ran you over. Like, I'm sorry, but you're retarded if you think I'm wrong here. It's like, oh, you're reaching. No, society sucks now because everything's ghetto because criminals are running rampant. This person just stole this. This person stole that. Bro, catch the people stealing shit, throw them in prison for a long time, and crime will drastically go down. Because any demon that's willing to fucking break into your house or break into your car or break into somebody's car or break into somebody's property is a fucking demon, and they need to go away. But they don't go away. They just keep doing it. In a liberal city, they get out, they get out, they get out. In a Republican city, oh, well, you stole this girl's car. Dude, a fucking grown man stole a fucking girl's car? Excuse my language. Oh, well, it's only a year because there was no gun and this and that. It's like a bunch of cowards in this society. Crime rates are actually down. I don't know somebody. I mean, like, if I talk to 20 people, probably half or more of the people know somebody that either their car's gotten stolen, their car's gotten broken into, somebody they know's car's gotten broken into. Even this year, the reason I'm fixing my car, somebody smashed my car in a hit and run when it was parked, didn't fess up to it, and ran away. That's a crime. They literally just, however much money it's going to cost me, it's a multi-$1,000 crime. They not only smashed my car, which was a sick, very new car that I didn't drive that much, but it's like they messed up my car. They messed up the value of my car. They're taking weeks and months of my time away from things I have to do. It's costing me thousands of dollars. It's a crime that has an impact on my life. Luckily, it's not the most severe thing ever, but they ran away. To me, like, you should go to jail for that. I don't know. You're not going to catch me hitting someone's car and running away. I'll feel bad because I'll put myself in their shoes and be like, yeah, I don't want to do that. Anybody who does shit like that is a demon. Like, you're a demon. You know what I'm saying? Stealing a car makes you a deal. Even a hit and run. I don't think you should go to jail for a hit and run as much as you should for like a car robbery. But at the same time, everyone's like that. What else are you willing to do? What else are you willing to do if you're going to break into someone's house? What else are you willing to do if you're going to smash somebody's car and run away? This is not a normal thing, but evil has been normalized. I guarantee you that most murders and most people committing serious crimes have committed a bunch of other crimes earlier and nobody stopped them. So they just kept doing it. It's not normal. Like, car theft is normalized in almost every major city. My uncle is a Rams fan, so he went to Los Angeles. I told him to stay out of LA and go to Orange County. He went to LA because he wanted to go to a pizza shop with somebody he followed on Instagram, and his car got robbed in broad daylight, and he was only in LA for like 30 minutes. That's not normal. And people are like, oh, it's like the guy who robbed his car probably robbed 100 cars and never gets caught. And if he gets caught, he goes there. Yes, it's partially a liberal, county issue. But when I lived in Orange County, somebody got murdered because a criminal from LA that got out of jail there drove there, tried to rob somebody's car, then ran him over and killed him. Like that, like this, it's become normalized. And then they finally got in trouble, but it's too late. It's like Charlie upping his security. Like, he needs better. It's too late now. He should have had better security. His security sucked. It's like they always do something when it's too late, but it's the guy who killed that girl on a train. Most people, like, you don't just rob one or two cars and then it's like, oh, I'm done. You probably just keep doing it. Someone said crime is down. From what though? From what? From what metric? From what metric? From 2 years ago? From 3 years ago? I would think that crime is more widespread than it used to be. It used to be focused on a few areas, but now the criminals just go everywhere and nobody stops them. So if you want to act like this country's in a good position and nothing needs to change, you could do that, my guy. But I don't believe that. I wish this country had like more like Middle Eastern policies of crime. Like, if you steal, like in certain countries, steal, chop your arms off, steal, like, oh, look, crime's all down because everyone's afraid. How come people don't steal in Dubai? They're so afraid because they'll get caught. If you steal in Dubai, you get caught. They make an example out of you. They scare the shit out of everybody, and then nobody steals. I could take a watch. I mean, nobody wants to steal this watch because it's not worth that much because I'm not like that rich. But, it's like, say this were a Rolex. It's not, by the way, not even close. I had a Rolex. You could leave a Rolex on a bench in Dubai and nobody will steal it. Do you want to live in a society like that? Or do you want to live in a society where everyone's getting robbed and a bunch of people sit on YouTube and like, crime's down. Technically crime's down. I mean, I've looked at the stats. It's like, nobody believes you. Of course it's underreported. Dude, I've heard of stuff just talking to people that nobody even knows about. They think they live in a safe neighborhood. Oh, nothing ever happens here because they don't tell you and they don't report it. If you talk to actual people, things are going on everywhere all the time and just nobody even realizes it because nobody talks about it and nobody talks to their neighbors anymore. But you talk to your neighbors enough, it's like there's stuff going on everywhere. But someone said that's barbaric, bruh. Bro, it's barbaric to live in a society where everything's ghetto. That's barbaric. Like, there's like hundreds or thousands of neighborhoods in America that look like an animal shelter because nobody can act right and everybody just has barbed wire fences and bars on everything because everybody just breaks in and steals everything. That's barbaric. It's, you go to some third world countries. America looks like third world countries. I go to like, I travel and do stuff, and it's like some of these like third world islands and stuff. They just look like a ghetto in America. It's the same thing. Everything's barbed wired fences up. It's the same thing. Someone said we're an armed nation. We don't need mass surveillance police state that's used to control us. We need the police to side with us in our Constitution. Well, their job is to arrest people and to protect people, but they don't do that. Whether it's the prosecutors, whether it's them, I don't know. I'm not acting like I could solve all the issues, but I'm just saying if they actually charged criminals and people who rob and steal, crime would go away, because a majority of the country does not want to raise their family in that. If you're a Mexican family, you don't want you don't want that for your family. If one of your kids is doing crime, you don't want the rest of your family doing crime, and you don't want the rest of your family being robbed. It's like good people of any type don't want that. I talk to different races all the time, of like different people and stuff. And it's like, you think they just want to be in a neighborhood where everybody's robbing everybody? If they're not doing it, then why would they want that? Why would you don't even have to think about it. If you're not a criminal and you're not robbing and stealing, why would you want to live in a place that robbing and stealing is normalized? Why do you want to live in a place where on your Ring camera you see 3 guys in black masks steal your daughter's Lexus, drive it away, and then you get it back 3 weeks later? Who wants to put up with that? That's what America is right now. And people are like, well, I mean, it's, I'm not saying it needs to be a surveillance police state. I'm just saying they need to do their job. If they catch somebody stealing, they should do something about it. And then that person will stop. I don't know. I used to think differently when I was younger, but I just think if you're a grown adult robbing a car, robbing a house, you're willing to kill somebody. I believe in spirit at this point. When I was young, I didn't. I used to push for like prison reform. I was like a libtard on that topic because I don't know. I smoked weed when I was young and I wanted to smoke weed. So then I was like, oh man, they're arresting too many people. And then you get out into the real world and you're like, people are just robbing and stealing with will and nobody's stopping them. Why is nobody stopping anybody? Someone said criminals are caught and convicted. Bro, I get what you're saying, but I'll give you an example, okay? I'm in a city that's considered one of the nicer cities in America, and it's like a city that people actually want to go to because it's not known as like a ghetto or a dirty city, right? Every single person I talk to says, bro, everyone I know, their car's been broken into, and the criminals are looking for guns. They break into your car and steal your gun. Do you want to live in a neighborhood where someone breaks into your car, steals your gun, and now you know that there's some gangbanger running around with your guns and they know how to get into your car or get, at least they're in the garage that you park in every day? Do you want to live that way? That's corny. I don't know. And if you do want to live that way, if you have a wife and kids, you want your wife to walk to her car in the same place that your car just got broken into and they stole your guns. I can't find, and I'm not talking about New York or LA. I'm talking about a nice city that people actually want to move to. It's not nice. Nothing in this country is that nice anymore. Everything has gone to shit. And if you I live in the suburb, I don't live in the city, they're targeting that too. They're just not reporting it because they don't want to freak everybody out. This is happening all over the country. Anybody, I'll look at the nicest part of a city that's $4,000, $3,000 apartments. It's all nice. And I'm like, oh, it's probably good security out there, right? Nah, dude, my car got broken into 3 times. Nah, my friend's car got broken into. Nah, nobody cares. Nah, they don't catch it on surveillance. The police don't do anything. Bro, I hear it all over the place. Someone said you're tripping. There's nice places in the country. Bro, if you want to be Mr. Everything's nice in America, yeah, I'm grateful to be here. There's nice national parks. There's good stuff. I'm just saying, where I used to live a couple years ago, some dude just got literally shot in his mansion. I mean, he probably had $10 million, right? Multi-millionaire, living in the nicest, safest part. Everybody's in and out delivering this and that. Somebody tried to rob his house. I think he came out to defend himself, and they just smoked him in his own grass in broad daylight. $10 million house just smoked by some criminal because he wanted to fight back. He was like, nah, I have the right to defend myself, and the criminal beat him to it and just killed him. It's like they know where people aren't paying attention and they go there. I'm not saying everything is horrible or whatever, but it's I'm going to read this comment. Someone said the suburb I grew up in. Hold on a second. The suburb I grew up in had crime increased by 10 times, mainly because they pushed all the Section 8 out of the city into the suburbs. Now we have a lot of crime. Bro, there's not a neighborhood that this isn't happening in. People just don't think it's happening there. These are anomalies. I'm grateful. I don't live my life in fear or anything. It's like I'm grateful to live in this country, but I just dream of a better. I don't think it's fair. And I'm a guy. I'm 6'3". I'm not the best target. You want to me, it's just cowardice for men. Like, oh, it's not that big. You want your wife having to deal with this shit. You want your kids having to deal with this shit. You want women dealing with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm fine. But do I think a woman has to there's millions of women that live in places where literally multiple cars are getting broken into every week. That's a society you want. How are men not embarrassed? How are they not ashamed of themselves? You should want everybody robbing and stealing. You want your wife's car getting broken into or your girlfriend's car. Oh, well, it's not that much. I mean, this stat shows crime is down. Well, reality is telling a different story. Like the guy with the suburbs, it's not where I grew up. It was a very safe kind of, honestly, rural. I grew up on a farm, but it was pretty rural. And, there's been crazy stories of it's not that bad or anything, but it's someone got stabbed and killed or something on a hike. That never used to happen. I could tell you that never happened in the town I grew up in. Never. It was very rural, very chill. There were some different ethnic groups there, but for the most part, nobody was killing each other at all. And then this stuff happens and people go, well, the stats are down. It's bro, if I lived in a town where nobody was doing that for 20 years and now it's women are getting murdered on a hike in a backwoods, you're not going to tell me that that's normal because you're reading a freaking stat book by the feds that are probably not even reporting it accurately. I don't know a single person who will say, bro, where I grew up in is even better than it used to be, unless you grew up in the hood and it became slightly gentrified with women with yoga mats. Every nice neighborhood in the entire country has gotten shittier. The last place I lived was one of the nicest places I've ever lived. It's probably one of the nicer places in the US. Multiple people got murdered and robbed and all this stuff was happening. I knew multiple of my neighbors that got robbed. I saw multiple people get murdered and they're like, this is the first time this happened here in 5 years. I can't believe this happened here. I can't believe it happened here. That's happening everywhere. It's not the worst thing in the world or people should be scared, but men should want to end that. Men should want to stop that. Men should want to keep women safe. Men shouldn't want people stealing cars and robbing stuff, smashing windows. Nobody should want that. Anyone that smashes a window of a car, robs a house, robs any property, a restaurant, whatever, they need to go to jail for a long time. If everyone got caught and everyone went to jail, dude, this country, same with the guy from El Salvador. Dude, if he can do it, if he has the ambition to do it with a bunch of gangbangers in the most dangerous place in the world, how did he do it? The government uses stuff all the time, but they don't use it for you. They use money for Ukraine. They use money for Israel. They use money for this. They do that. They have trillions. They could print money. They could do whatever they want. They just don't care. Say what you want about the guy in El Salvador, and you can call him what you want. He went from the most dangerous country in the world to a safer country than a lot of places in America. Why? Because he cared. He was in his 30s and he thought to himself, how do I do this? And then he just did it. It's really that easy, especially when you're the government. It's that easy. They don't care. And most people don't care either. They don't want it. It's when they used to try to clean stuff up in LA, the liberals would come out and be like, don't do it. It's why? You don't want a clean neighborhood? It's the same thing. Someone said, you don't know about the U.S. prison population? It's not working. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, dude, people need to act right. I don't think you should go to jail for smoking weed. I don't think you should go to jail for a minor petty crime. But if you're smashing windows in a car, you should go to prison. If you're stealing cars, you should go to prison. If you break into somebody's house, you should go to prison. Bro, I wouldn't care if someone broke into someone's house. I wouldn't care if they went to jail for the rest of their lives. If you're so fucked up in the head that you're going to break into somebody else's house, in most states, they have a right to shoot and kill you if you break into their house. It's not your house, bro. You can't just break into fucking people's house. In a lot of states, you can get shot in the fucking head and killed for robbing someone's house or breaking into their house. They have the right to literally kill you. So if you're breaking into stuff and they're giving you like a year in jail when someone literally could have shot you, like you can go to jail forever. I don't care. That's not your property. That's not your house. That's not your restaurant. If you can't stop doing that, you got to go. And what sickens me too, my guy, like I lived in Hollywood for a while, not the hills where the rich people lived. I lived on the streets of Hollywood for 5-6 years. I had no car. I had no money. I walked the streets. It was like, go to Hollywood. It's not very nice. I mean, it's fun and it's crazy, but it's not like a nice place to live. It's very not good. But with that being said, like the people that live there and like the people that have to deal with that shit, like I knew everybody. I knew the Greek restaurant. I knew the Thai people who own the restaurant. Like I knew the Mexican family who lived there. No normal person wants to fucking deal with crime. It's always like some hipster on the line. It's like, oh, I mean, look at this, look at that. Dude, no one wants to live this way. You know, like it's the kids who walk to school who are going to have to live this way. It's the women who are working. It's the Uber drivers that actually have a job. It's the security guards that actually provide value to society. These are all the people suffering. Nobody of any race likes people robbing and stealing. If you like people robbing and stealing, you're a fucking retard. You know, like when I lived in LA, you had good people. Yeah, this black dude's a security guy. This Thai dude owns a restaurant. This Mexican family wants their kids to go to school. This white person's doing that. Like you knew all the people that were actually cool in your neighborhood that were contributing to society. And then there's just some street demons doing crimes all the time. Who is defending them? Yeah. Oh, dude, he didn't mean to break into your car. Yeah, he did. He didn't mean to break into your house. Yeah. And if someone's sick enough in the head to break into their house, they're sick enough in the head to kill somebody. You might not believe that, but you know, just let them do it 8 more times. Just like every crime. It's so, someone said you're saying they need to profile and over prosecute. No, that's what you're saying. I didn't say they need to profile. I just said when someone breaks into someone's car or house, there's nothing to profile. Figure out who did it and prosecute that individual person. If your best way to disagree with me is just making stuff up that I never said, you're saying they need to profile. I'm not asking them to stop random people on the street and say, oh, well, you look like, catch the person. Dude, it's not that hard with technology nowadays. They have technology. They have cameras outside of every shop, every this. It's not that hard. Someone said break in, bro, you're wild to me. Break into someone's house and car is 2 different things. They're both evil. Dude, I wouldn't care if you went to jail for 30 years, 20 years, 40 years, your entire life. If you as a human being can't not break into somebody's car or house, you're a demon, dude. If someone breaks into your car, in some states, you could shoot them. If someone breaks into your house, in some states, you could shoot them. So someone could just shoot you. But if they don't, you breaking in, you should know you can either get shot or you could go to jail for a long time. They do it because they know there's no consequences. They're not getting caught. Nobody cares. That's why they're doing it. Nobody's doing anything about it. They'll rob 50 cars and then maybe they'll go to jail for 6 months. They don't care. The reason America sucks is because of people like you. They're like, well, technically, I mean, you know, it's like, and nobody, like, people are under equipped where it's like, dude, the guy I talked to that's daughter's car got literally stolen and he lost like $10,000 over it. He doesn't know what to do because he's he's just like, I got to get a new car, you know, like, I'll like, but she still lives at the same house that they robbed. Like now you got to live in a house that someone literally stole your car out of your parking lot with like special technology and drove it away. And now every day you go home and this is a woman, by the way. I don't know, but based on talking to the guy, probably, you know, in her 20s or something. Now every day she drives home, this girl, she's got to park her car and think, this is where 3 dudes in masks stole my car. And then go in the house and be like, when I walk out to my car, is my car going to be there or is it going to get broken into again? Like, people shouldn't have to deal with this stuff. Breaking into cars is ghetto. Yeah, but it's just evil. It's not something that you should just continuously get away with. That's why this country sucks, though. And people think that just because, like, I've lived in different parts of the country. I've traveled. Yes, Democrats are retarded. Yes, Democrats are the worst at prosecution. But people think, oh, I'm in a Republican area, they really care. It's the same as the Democrats versus the Republicans. They care more. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're better off with a Republican prosecutor in a Republican county in a Republican state. Yes. But this idea that they care, you just say that because you don't, like, if something happens to you and then you actually have to deal with the process, you'll realize they actually don't care that much. They're not that interested in looking into it. They don't, and the issue is too, it's like when you let people get away with stuff, whether it's small, medium, big, they just keep doing it. If you actually had consequences for everything that's being done to some extent, then people would think twice about doing it, but nobody thinks twice about doing it now. So, people are like, oh, it's different in this area. Yeah, I'd rather live in a freaking Texas Republican county than Austin, but I guarantee this bullshit's happening in Texas Republican counties too. And I bet the police don't care that much. And I bet they don't want to look at the cameras. Oh, it's not that bad. We got something else to do. I'm sure you do. But, someone said, you look like you break into houses, dog. Don't profile me, Mr. Cafe. It's so, like, I don't know. And this is like, even in life too. Like, I know, like, people do what they could get away with. Like, and everybody's on the cell phone now, as far as like, people have bad personal skills. A lot of people are like, just, in their own head, because we're all just like in our own algorithm. So I think even more now than ever, people are on edge, or at least just like not as social as they used to be. But like, I've always thought this way, like, like, this is even why I do the reporting the way I do. Like, this, I've always been this type of kid. Like, someone does something to me, like in school, I would always just do something to make them stop, like, it's like, I never started a fight in high school and middle school, but my parents were divorced when I was young. I moved schools a lot. So like, I always just felt like I was kind of a bad kid, to be honest. I wasn't like bad, but like, everybody came from like a perfect family. My parents were divorced. I'm in kindergarten. I was always getting in trouble. But anytime I moved schools, if someone tried me, because like, people don't really do it as much as an adult, but like, when you're a kid, kids are dumb. But it's like, when someone did something, I would do something bigger, or just like somehow let them get the message, you're never going to do this again. Like, I'm going to make you regret that. Right. And then they never do it again. But if I just let kids like beat me up or something, like, let's just say I was just sitting there being like, don't do this, I would get beat up every week. But if a kid tried me, I would literally flex on them, do something like, I never got punched. I never got, like, it's not like I was getting beat up, but I'm just saying, like, kids tried me and then I did something to let them know I'm not the one. And then they never did it again. That's like the world. If someone's doing stuff to your community, that's what the police are supposed to do. As an adult, you're not in middle school. It's not a lunchroom debate. It's like real life. You got kids, you got a wife, you got sons, you got daughters. You're not playing around with people's lives and theft and crime and stuff. People get away with stuff because they just everybody's pussies, and everybody's just like, oh, I mean, I read a statistic on the computer. Like, where are the men and saying no? And I know police have a really hard job, but it's just, I don't know. I'm just underwhelmed. Like, the energy and the, like, there's no, it's just like, everybody's just like, oh, well, I don't know. I'll talk to my officer. I mean, we'll talk to him, but there's really nothing we could do. I mean, the camera didn't get in the camera. I guess it's like, that's what everybody seems like to me. There's no like national, like, man, we got to really crush this. Like, we want our women and children and people to live for, like, dude, I'm talking to some dude from Iraq, a Kurdish guy from Iraq. And he tells me, bro, it's safer in Iraq. I'm not even joking. He goes, in Iraq, we punish crime. He goes, in America, they don't punish crime. He goes, I'm actually safer in the Kurdish area of Iraq than my family is here. But they want to live here because America's awesome. They appreciate it. It's not like they're like, oh, I want to go back to Iraq. No, they want to be in America. It's a great country, but it's like his daughter's getting robbed. Come all the way for the American dream for your daughter to get robbed and the police not to do shit. It's embarrassing. This country's embarrassing. Yeah, sure, he can go back if he wants to, but it's like, he's probably not lying. It probably is safer in Iraq than where his family has to live. And that's pretty sad. That's not sad to you that people are coming from third world countries that are war torn and they police crime better than here? That's not sad to you? People are calling each other goys in the chat. Listen, don't call each other goys. That's hate speech against the Caucasians. Call them Caucasians. Respect their heritage. No, I'm just kidding. Someone said you all eat goy slop. Well, that's just disrespectful. You don't know what I eat. Maybe I eat. I don't know what to talk about. Someone said victims of crimes have a better crime. We'll end on this note. Victims of crimes have a better chance of solving the crime than going to the police. It's probably true, but that's not a good sign. It's the same with like Candace Owens, and I want to make this connection to like the feds. Like the feds should solve Charlie Kirk's situation, and Candace shouldn't even have to think about it. But same with the police. It's like if they're not going to solve it and people want to try to solve it on their own, that's not a good sign. Like, you know, I don't know why I brought up that, but I just think it's like the same thing. It's like, well, Candace is doing more research than them because she's probably trying harder. Candace is probably trying harder to look at more stuff than they are. I'm sure the feds have more technology and this and that, but I highly doubt they're as curious about the situation. They're probably not curious at all. They're probably like, this is the guy, this is the thing, this is that. No, we don't need to talk to anybody else. She said the one guy that got the video footage, Candace said that they didn't even interview him. It's like he got one of the only videos of Tyler Robinson, but the feds didn't even want to talk to him. I mean, that seems kind of weird, but I don't know. It don't really make sense to me. I told people this story one other time, but I actually solved a crime. I solved my own crime in Los Angeles. This was like the most gangster thing I've ever done. And the reason I did it is because I was so poor and I was so broke that I needed the money. Like some guy staged a whole fake Craigslist thing where I thought I was moving into a new house, and I gave him like a cashier's check of like $1,800 for 2 months. It's like a $900 apartment. And he was a scammer, fake name, fake address. Everything was fake. He totally lied to me, stole my money. So now there's 3 more days. I have no place to move, nowhere to go, and I have no money because he took all my money. I found this guy and made him give me my money back. I shouldn't have had to. The police didn't care. Nobody cared. Dude, there's power in being broke and having nowhere to stay. Even thinking about it now, like I don't ever give myself props like when I was young. Dude, I lived in Los Angeles for 8 years, never called my family for money, never got a single dollar from them, never had a car, got robbed. Dude, I'm pretty gangster. I forgot I even did this. I got robbed and I had no money in my bank account. 3 days to move into my new property, and it wasn't even real. It was all fake. I went nuts because I had no money and I didn't want to be. I wasn't going to be homeless, but like I wasn't playing around. Did I beat him up? No. I used my mind to basically just figure out how to find him, find out his real name, find out his real identity. And then I like low key like threatened him basically. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't think it's illegal because he stole my money, but the police, nobody was helping me. I basically made him think that he should really give me my money back, you know, and he did. So I found out I went to where he did it. I talked to people. I talked to neighbors. I talked to people who own it. Somehow I got a lead from somebody. They told me his real name. I found his real name. I found his Facebook. I messaged him on Facebook. I messaged him on Instagram. I told him I was going to message his mother because I found like he was like talking to her on his Facebook. I basically started staying at like where I found him. So I waited there for hours. I saw him. I don't think it's illegal to say, you have to give me my money back. And like, it's not illegal. But anyway, you know, I found him driving away. I took a picture of his car. Then I started texting him, I got your license plate, you know, all that sort of stuff. And then I just kept at it like every day, every hour. I was like, bro, you're not stealing my money. You have to give it back. You're going to prison. Basically anything I could think. Like I was just like, you're not going to rob me. You got to. Long story short, he met me at a bank. He smelled like alcohol. He gave me all the money. I brought my boy with me because I was like, I don't know if this guy's going to try to like shoot me or something, but we got to figure this out. I told him, I'd take him to lunch or something. I mean, he was, it was enough for him to want to go. I appreciate him. Shout out Mateus. He's a real one. But guy gave me the cash at a bank. So I went to my bank and I told him, hey, deposit this in my account. But I told him real quick, I said, somebody stole my money and just gave me all this cash right now. So I said, just look at it and make sure it's real money. And then they, at the bank, they got it and they were like, yeah, no, it's real. And I was like, I'm a fucking boss, dude. I went like full blown investigation on this guy. I was like, bro, I got your license plate. I got your Facebook. I got your Instagram. I was like, I'm going to ruin your life. You're going to prison. Don't fuck around with me. Don't play with me. Days, it was a while. I started having to stay with my friend because, I was supposed to have somewhere to stay, but because the time ran out, I told my buddy, I was like, let me stay at your house for a few days. Got the money, got a new apartment, got in my apartment. Never had to call my parents for money. I don't even think I told them this story because they probably would have freaked out. I'm very chill now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a very calm person because at the end of the day, I'm just trying to do what I love. But like, I don't know. I didn't play around. I did a lot in my 20s in the sense of like working, doing stuff like that to stay afloat. Like now you rob the robber. Bro, it's pretty gangster. It's pretty crazy that I did that. I knew, I was like, I'm going to find this guy. Like, I'm going to find him. I'm going to find his name. I'm going to find his car. I'm going to find him. I'm going to get every leverage I can on this guy. When you have no money, it's not a joke, man. If I had money, maybe I wouldn't have cared that much. I had no money. I'm like, dude, to me at that time, $1,800 or however much it was like $50,000. Like, it was everything. I had nothing. Nah, not happening. But the police didn't help me at all. Police didn't help me. Nobody helped me. I pulled it off, which is incredible thinking about it. But like, is that what every person should have to do? Is that what a woman should have to do if her car gets stolen? Like, she has to dude. And luckily for this guy was a freaking, I don't know. I wasn't that afraid of this guy clearly, but like, he wasn't like a gangbanger with a mask stealing my car or something. He was some scumbag who was just a like professional scam artist. I'm happy he wasn't crazy. I'm happy he wasn't too. He looked like a guy from Texas. I can't really explain it, but he just looked like a Texan. Like, he was some white dude who looked like mid 40s or something. Like, he just, I don't know. I guess he was just like a professional scammer or something. I don't know like what his whole deal was. Maybe he's an alcoholic, a drug addict. I don't know what he was, but he was pretending to have an apartment. He was getting people over to write cashier's checks, and then he was cashing them, but not giving people the apartment. Here's where that guy fucked up. The apartment he was doing it out of was his friend's apartment. So I guess his friend was subleasing it to him or whatever. His friend went away and he was on vacation and just let him stay there for a few months. So if he would have actually ran away or been somewhere else, I never would have been able to figure out who he was because he had a fake name, fake telephone number, fake email, like everything. And then he said, hey, I moved to Arizona. Like, the guy told me I moved to Arizona. Just like, don't even, like, I don't know. I'm gone. I went back to that apartment. I talked to the lady who runs the building, and she kind of gave me the info. She said, oh, that guy? I go, yeah, he told me his name was Chris. And she was like, no, his name is John this. She goes, he stole your money? She goes, oh, yeah, he's been doing that to people. I'm like, and you let him live? Like, the lady didn't even know how to kick him out. She said, the police don't care. I said, what's his full name? She goes, this. Looked him up on Facebook, looked him up. I started texting him. I go, hey, I got your full name. Hey, I got your Facebook. Hey, I got this. He wouldn't budge. He wouldn't do anything, right? So then, because she told me that he didn't move to Arizona, he technically was still subleasing it, I just pulled up at that spot. I don't even think I had a job at the time. I pulled up at that spot, or maybe I had a job, but it was only a couple of days a week. And I just sat on a bench outside the apartment for hours, just waiting. And he walked out one time, and I was like, hey, John, or whatever his real name was. I was like, what are you doing, good? Oh, and he starts running away from me. I start walking. I go, where are you going, my guy? And then he walks away. And then I didn't like try to fight him or anything. I just took a picture of his whatever it's called, license plate as he ran away. So then I'm texting him. I go, bro, I got your name. I got your Facebook page. I got your Instagram page. I got your license plate. You know, I see you talking to your mom on Facebook or whatever. Haha. You want me to message her and say her son's a fucking loser who's a thief? You want me to tell your mom, like, Mom, what a fucking loser you are? Still wasn't answering. I mean, I had to like keep going on this guy for like a week or so. I can't remember, but like I just kept like acquiring more information on him. And I was like, bro, you're not stealing this from me. You know, I was like, it's not happening. And then at a certain point, I feel like I kind of like up the ante a little bit where I was like, bro, I'm gonna ruin your life, my guy. Like you're going to jail. Like, you're not getting away with this. Like, I was like, I will, you know, I was like, I'm gonna tell my boys about this. I'm gonna tell the hood about this. That you ain't doing this to me. I was just going, it's a crime. No, it's a crime to rob me. It's actually not a crime to get my money back. It's not a crime to ask the lady, you're retarded, to ask the lady who runs the building, hey, this guy stole $1,800 from me in an identity scam where he pretended to be somebody else and steal my money and pretended to run away from Arizona. It's not a crime for me to get my money back and find out his information and take a picture of his license plate. If I just randomly did that or something, it might be, but like, not to get my money back. So you're just being corny. It's okay. Someone said you were like, someone said, oh my gosh, Anomaly, I'm cracking up at the fact he tried to run. I just imagine you chasing after him. I didn't run or anything. I just, cause like, I don't know. I guess I was sitting there for a couple hours. I was hoping I saw him, but I think when he walked out, I was just like, you're sitting somewhere for a couple hours. You're like, oh, and then he walks. What are you doing, my guy? So I wasn't like chasing at him, like acting like a maniac. I kind of just was creeping slow, you know, that West Coast creep. And then he got in the car. I figured just taking the picture of the license plate. I mean, he tried for this dude's a fucking loser. He tried for so long to like not give me the money. I was like, bro, how desperate are you? Like, you really want to go to jail? And to be honest, the police didn't give a shit. That's the crazy part. I had his license plate. I had his name. I had his Facebook page. I had proof he stole from me. Bro, the police didn't care. Like, no, like, why does it couldn't possibly be a more open shut case. I had everything on this guy, everything, including his license plate number, his full name, proof that he scammed me. This is how freaking ghetto LA is. The landlord knew he was robbing people. She helped me giving me his name, but she couldn't do anything about it. And she let him still stay there. And he just kept robbing people. And she's like, I can't do anything about it, but I'll help you, try to crack the code. She was on my side. Why the fuck do I have to do that? Dude, I'm 24 years old. That could have been dangerous. At the time, I didn't care and I was fine with it, but it's like, I have to do that. What if there were probably like 4 people that got robbed that never got their money? He didn't just do it to me, probably some chicks, some young kids. What did the police tell me? I don't even remember. Maybe I did. Like, I'm trying to really think about it, but maybe the lady told me that they didn't care. So then maybe I didn't talk to them. I can't, or maybe like, I don't remember the full thing because I don't remember if I went to a police station or not. I know she told me that they didn't care. Maybe I went and talked to them. Maybe I for some reason took it into my own hands and just figured they wouldn't help. That part's a little blurry if I actually hit them up or not, but I know I was telling him I was hitting them up and he eventually caved, but I don't know. She was like, yeah, I mean, if a landlord know he robbed 6 people and she's not doing anything, maybe I just thought I couldn't talk to him. I don't remember, but someone said a guy stole 200 from me, contacted him times, loser doesn't care, feeling inspired. I mean, how broke are you? If you're super broke, get the $200. If not, like, in hindsight, I don't know what I would do now. I'm probably, I don't, because I have like two versions of myself. Like, I'm a very chill guy, but at the same time, I could flip a switch and I'm not to be played with. So I don't know what I would do now, but like, however much money that was not how much I had. Someone said you're brave. I am brave, but at the same time, it's like when you have no money, what else was I going to do? I didn't have another option. I have like a crazy switch too, where like, if I want, like, even like in my life, I'm crazy ambitious. I think I've been successful because I work really hard. And when I put my mind to something, I do it. if you steal all my money and I have no money and I have to get that money, in my head, it's the same as like, I remember when I wanted to just rap and do stuff, like I would talk to this one chick I was seeing in New York, and she was like, what if it doesn't work out? What if there's a plan? Like, what's your plan B? I was like, I don't have a plan B. And not having a plan B, because I was working so hard at that, it's why I'm here. It's why I've become so successful. Yeah, it's good to have another plan. Maybe, probably would have been smart, but I'm just like, if I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to do this if I work my hardest and I give it my all. With that money, I didn't even think what would happen if I don't get my money. I'm like that crazy. I'm like, I'm getting my money. I'm going to get the money. It wasn't even a thought in my mind. I was like, and the more information I attained, I just kept escalating it to this guy. I'm like, bro, you're fucked. You are fucked, bro. You don't ignore me. Don't pretend like you're not getting a sex. I got everything. I got your license plate. I got your name. Like, there was no switch of like, oh, you're being brave. It was like, I need this money. I need this money. He stole my money. I'm getting my money. It was like, I can't even explain it, but I wasn't even thinking clearly. Like, it was just like, I will literally not stop until I get my money back. And I got it back. And then it goes off and I'm like, whew. Anyway, where were we? Let me get back to like working a job and doing stuff. So definitely I'm very determined, especially when I was that broke. Nowadays, I don't know if I would be that determined, maybe that's a flaw, but I'd probably just be like, try a little bit to figure out who it was and try a little bit, but I don't know. Hopefully it won't happen, so I don't have to figure out what I would do. Someone said theft of privacy, of property, theft of life, no debate. That's a fact. Hard body. I'm just saying, if you're a messed up enough person to rob somebody's car physically or house, I think you're evil enough to kill somebody. I brought this example up because I don't know the exact quote, but like Dave Smith was trying to say, oh, I'm not going to say the whole thing because I'm not trying to be framed out of context, but Dave Smith was like, oh, I don't think they did it to Charlie Kirk, because if they did it, they would do this to Charlie Kirk. They wouldn't just kill him. They would blackmail him and put things on his computer and try to make his wife divorce him. Like, that's what like Dave Smith basically said, like why Dave Smith thought that they didn't do it to Charlie Kirk, right? I'm not saying they did, but it's just like, how does, like, to me, that made no sense. Cause it's like, if someone's sick enough to plant pornography on your computer to make your wife divorce you and make you look like a psychopath and potentially put you in prison, you think they're not sick enough to do something like to me, I see things like that where it's like, yes, not every crime is exactly equal, but I do think certain crimes like are sick. Like, I don't think a kid robbing a store is necessarily the same as breaking into somebody's house. I don't see that as equal. I'm not the bearer of morality and I don't write the law, but just like when Dave was like, I don't think they do that, I think they do this. If you're sick enough to do that, what else? Like, you're sick enough to do anything. And it's the same thing like at war, the way I think, where it's like, if you're willing to kill hundreds of journalists, do this, do that, like, to me, that I'm not at war where it's like Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, whatever, they're all at war. So I don't know what that does to you when you're fighting for your survival and fighting for your life, and I know, like, I don't know, but I just think if you're like, if certain things escalate, then what else, It's not necessarily for sure, but it's the same thing with theft. I just think if someone is evil enough to break into someone's house, I don't see that as a small crime. I think they're willing to kill somebody. What if someone's home? What if somebody's home in the house and then tries to shoot at you and you have a gun? Are you going to shoot back? If you'd shoot back, you would kill somebody. Well, I'm just trying to defend myself. Well, you're in their house. You're trying to rob their house. You're in the wrong. I don't but I'm not a police officer and I don't run the government, so you don't have to worry about my opinions. But my opinions are, I would be a lot stricter on certain crimes. And I think being way stricter on certain crimes would make a lot of other crimes go away. I'm not going to arrest somebody for smoking weed publicly. I'm not going to arrest somebody for doing something really petty or something like not that big of a deal. But I think certain crimes are a big deal. But I've already talked about it, so I don't want to. Someone said comparing rape to theft. I'm not comparing rape to theft. I'm just saying Dave Smith said, I don't think they did this because if they were to do this, they would do it this way. And then he said something insane. That's not comparing rape to theft. I'm just saying that he was trying to say he knew that someone didn't do something based on how he thinks they would do it. But to me, what he said that he thinks they would do is pretty dark and insane. So I didn't understand that one from him, but prosecutors can take a tougher stance on crime and not need any new laws. There's a lot of things that can be done, but they're just not being done. That's the whole crux of the issue. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of things a lot of people can do. I think the El Salvador guy is a legend. Like, I think, and I'm not saying it would work for America, but to me, he's one of the greatest leaders in modern history because that's like a success story that nobody can replicate. Not only did he buy a bunch of Bitcoin and make a bunch of money, but he went from the murder capital to the world to a safer country than a lot of cities in America. That's a man with a plan. Most people are not creative. Most people just say, I'm a politician. Here's what I'm going to do. He was like, let me actually think about how to go from here to here. And he did it. And he cracked down on the crime and he cracked down on the gangs. And now everybody wants to live there because it's awesome. And the El Salvador people love him. Not everyone wants to live there, but you get what I'm saying. That's a real leader. Trump is not a real leader. He's okay. He's just okay. Everyone else is just whatever. I feel like Bukele's the best leader in the world. Everyone else is just like a cuck. But that's just my opinion. Most people are good people. Even in the hood and stuff, not everyone's doing the crime. The people that suffer the most are the people that want to live a normal life. The kids that want to be a scientist. Like, you want that kid to have to like face stray bullets every day because nobody else could act right in his neighborhood. That's not fair. Crack down on the people doing really messed up stuff and everything gets better, because the truth is, and this is the thing with like diversity and stuff too, it can work if crime is severely punished. Dubai, you could be anywhere, but you could be any race, any religion, but you can't be a criminal. And it's a diverse, nice place because Dubai actually gives a shit. America has a lot of great people from all over the world, and nobody likes the shit. So somebody's got to do it, in my opinion. It's not Trump. I mean, Trump is like, with everything, Trump is like kind of like, he's just like the guy who's like almost going to do it, but not really going to do it. But he's no Bukele. I'm sure liberals would hate that. They hate Bukele, but I don't understand it. It's like, you can be a liberal and you could be a conservative, and people robbing and stealing and killing, they're going to go. And then the country's going to be clean. Then San Francisco could be San Francisco again. Austin can be Austin again. Remember when Austin was like the tech? Austin's the safest city in America. It's the tech capital. San Francisco at one point was the cleanest city in America. Don't liberals want a clean city, a clean, safe city where they could be liberals? Doesn't Austin want a clean, safe city where they could be libtards? It's so easy. It's so easy. Everyone can be different. Liberals are cool when they're not like running a city with crime, like, making cool lattes and stuff is chill. In Seattle, like, doesn't Seattle want to not be a shithole? I just don't understand it. And then Republicans don't do shit either, but that's enough. Not necessarily the new. Do you speak and understand English? Un poquito, más o menos, mi amigo. I speak a little. That was terrible, but I speak a little Spanish. I understand better than I speak, but I know a little Spanish. I could like order at a restaurant. If you talk shit about me, I could understand, like if you talked on the phone in Spanish for like 5 minutes, I would be able to like vaguely understand what you were saying pretty much. Like, I know people that speak Spanish and they'll talk to like a worker or something, and I'll be like, you told him that and this, and I'll be like, yeah. But I'm not like fluent. Someone said, hold on 1 second. Someone said, if you had money, you'd stop crying about hit and run and saying them thieves would be on death row. What a joke. I just told you what I did when I literally had no money. I found the robber and I got my money back. So when I'm broke, I care way more. You could say I'm broke or something, but no, here's the thing. I have enough money to fix my car. I'm not broke. But it's just the principle. I don't want neighbors that would hit my car and not tell me, or anybody around my property. It's like a neighborly thing. Like, what if I just rob my neighbor and I'm like, oh, I stole something that's $500. What, you broke? You just can't fix it? It's more than that. You were violated. Like, I want the person to be caught, because if somebody's willing to do that to me, they're willing to do it to other people. They're willing to do other stuff. You think somebody that hit and runs one time and gets away with it is just going to not do it again? No, they keep doing it until they got caught, especially if they can't drive worth a shit. It's the principle, but also the money and the time. Time is money, and it's wasted a lot of my time, and it's wasted a lot of my money, and I don't like it, So it's a multi-layered thing, but is the money the worst part of it? Debatable. Money's never like, I don't want to pay, but no, it's more the principle of like somebody around here, or in general, someone with access to here, or somebody in where I was, wherever it happened, hit my car and ran away and did thousands of dollars worth of damage and thought, hey, let me just fuck over that person's life real quick and, not pay for it. It's a very evil thing to do. Are you guys like, we got like two, you guys could be good lawyers for criminals. You guys would be on like, hey, he didn't mean to break into your window. He just slipped and fell through your window and ended up with your safe in his hands. And then he fell back into a car, and then the car drove itself. It was a Tesla. He's innocent, Your Honor. He's a really great guy. He just slipped into the safe with the hands open, and the Tesla drove him away. The thief, like, dude, these thieves, I just have a question. Are you guys Christian? I'm just curious. Like, do you believe in good and evil? Do you believe in spirit, or do you just believe in like defending theft? What's my opinion of Javier Milei? I don't follow him that much. He's definitely super sneaky, but I don't know. I mean, I would have to talk to Argentinians more. Like, did he really fix the economy and the currency? If he did, then he's a good leader. His foreign policy doesn't matter because he has no power in foreign policy. So I don't, I'm kind of indifferent on him, because I don't know like what is real as far as like, did he really crush economically, or is it just like overstated? I got to talk to some Argentinians that actually know what's going on there. But if he did do well for the currency, then I don't care about his foreign policy. For America, I care a little bit more, because our leaders actually matter. Like, even if people say like, oh, the El Salvador guy. I mean, if he's a Palestinian Zionist, that's a little sus, because it's like, you're Palestinian and you don't give a shit about your people. But as far as a leader, it's one of those things where it's like, El Salvador has no sway over foreign policy, and Argentina has literally no sway over foreign policy. So a lot of people get hung up on the fact that he's a Zionist. Me personally, I don't trust Milei, but if he actually fixed his economy, then I feel like you got to give him credit. Same with like the other guy. So it's like, what does the leader of Ecuador think about foreign policy? It doesn't matter, because nobody cares. And, it's their support or denial of a certain country is not going to sway the thing. Someone said Trump's been a disaster for the economy. I got to run in a second, but no, I mean, he's really, he's going after those the bathroom industrial complex. So he's saying bathroom cabinets or something have a 50% tariff, and like kitchenware. It's like, bro, there's no way this is going to help the economy. And some people are like, oh, it's good because then it'll be in America. Right now, prices are really high. I like American-made stuff, but people should have a cheap option if you want people to actually not be poor. It's always good to have multiple options, and I think especially now in this economy and that, like, it's not the best time to do all this shit. Trump is like a billionaire. He doesn't. Someone said, I'm an Ecuador man, I care. I'm not saying that you shouldn't care about foreign policy. I'm just saying that the leader of Ecuador is not going to be able to sway like America or Israel or Ukraine. I'm not, no disrespect, I'm not asking you not to care about the world. I'm just saying your leader or the leader of El Salvador is going to have no say in what America, Israel, Ukraine, Russia do. It's just too small of a country to have a massive impact geopolitically. You as a citizen, though, you can care, you can be an activist, or, you know, I'm not trying to disrespect Ecuadorians or Ecuador. I just think I don't think the leader can change foreign policy that severely. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Someone said stealing is a double sin. I don't know. I would be a good judge. In an alternate life, if there's a such thing, I would have been a judge. I think I'm a very fair person. I'm very fair. You know, I don't like people that like just you know, if you think you need to ruin someone's day, week, month, or year in order to steal something from them, you know, and you guys are such cornballs. It's like, say some broke chick who has no money. Let's just like I'm getting like emotional here, but it's just like, let's say there's some chick, her parents don't help her, she's busting her out. Like the Ukrainian chick, she came to America, she wasn't doing OnlyFans, she wasn't being spoiled by some rich dude, she was actually working at a pizzeria, and then she got stabbed in the neck. That's why nobody wants to fucking ride the bus. Like, women would rather do something else because there's a bunch of losers in the chat that are like, well, technically, you know, it's like nobody wants to ride the freaking bus. That's what happens when you're a hot chick riding the bus, you get stabbed in the neck. Not always, I'm just saying. So it's the same thing with this other stuff. Like, yeah, you're saying, oh, who cares if somebody did a hit and run to you? What about a chick that has no help from her parents, that's busting her ass for $15, $20 an hour, that's barely making rent, and somebody hits her car and does $7,000 worth of damage and her insurance doesn't cover it? Do you feel bad for them, or are you one of these like manlet guys who's like, well, technically, I mean, it's just a little bit of damage? It's like that could ruin someone's whole life. Luckily, I do have enough money where it's not going to ruin my whole life or ruin my whole year. But I'll tell you what, I'm not in the majority of people where it's like, you know, oh my gosh, like most people can just eat a $9,000 thing. Most people are in debt in this country. Most people are living paycheck to paycheck. It's not like I'm lucky that I could have somebody do thousands of dollars worth of damage to my car and waste months of my time. I'm lucky. Yeah, it pisses me off, but it's like, are you going to say that to some chick who has no money, that it literally like ruins their entire life? I mean, who really cares? I mean, it's just like $7,000 worth of damage on your car. I mean, it's like, dude, fuck you. Excuse my language, but like, this is a problem with this country. Everybody's just like, well, it's just this, it's just that. I mean, yeah, if you're wealthy or you're doing well, then the money aspect of it is not going to destroy your life. But most people don't even have money. Most people, I think, in America are in the negative. They're literally in debt. So can they afford that? The time, the money, the energy? And anybody that has anything to do, like you don't have enough to do in your life, like you now in your spare time, you have to go figure out how to get this fixed and go here and go there and get 15,000 quotes on it. It's annoying. And it's evil for someone to do that. But, you know, I'm not saying that somebody like that, but I do think that there should be a punishment for it. I don't know. Never would I do that to somebody and run away. And especially, I mean, like, if you want to be as compassionate as you could possibly be, I think, especially if you're older, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think I would have done that, but like maybe in my teens or something. Like if I was a teenager, like I didn't want my mom to get mad at me, or like maybe you know, like if you want to be really sympathetic, be like, all right, over like 25, over 30 or something, you know what I'm saying? But if you're like a grown man doing that stuff or a grown woman, I don't know, you're kind of a piece of shit in my opinion. Like you're not young, you're not like afraid of mommy or something. You're just not a good person. Someone said financial literacy is a huge problem. I mean, let me ask AI real quick. Then I got to go. I'm like kind of hungry, even though it's a little late, but whatever. How much of America has more debt than saved money? Percentage. Let's see what Grok says. 33% of Americans have more credit card debt than emergency savings, according to Bankrate. Millennials, 29 to 44, are 42% in debt. Gen Z, 39%. Gen X, 39%. Gen Z, 27%. Baby boomers, 20%. So 36% of the population has more debt than money. I've heard the rates are higher, but that's just what I read there. Dude, that's not good. Someone said my uncle was broke and some idiot came flying down the street one night, hit his car, and totaled my uncle's car. They can't drove off and he was stuck with a totaled car. It's crazy. I talked to some I think it was like a Uber driver, and I think he was like a libtard. But he was like, dude, I've always loved immigrants and stuff. Like he was like doing the whole libtard thing. I'm like, dude, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, like we all like immigrants or whatever. But he was like, I've always liked this. But then, he was like, this was like a year ago. He was like, this illegal immigrant like hit my car and like, ended up in the hospital, did a bunch of damage. And then like he came out of the hospital and he didn't get charged because he was illegal. This is in a red state. It's not even a blue state. And it's like, what? Like, because he was illegal and almost killed you, the police didn't care because they're like, oh, he's not illegal. Like, if you were a legal citizen, you would have been charged. But he's illegal, so they're like, we don't know what to do. Just go away. And this libtard was like, I never really basically what he was telling me was like he always liked illegal immigration. He didn't care about illegal immigration until an illegal immigrant hit him, and then he was like, why would I go to jail for that or get charged, but he didn't get charged? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And that's why it's happening more frequently, is because there's a bunch of man-childs in the comments. It's like, well, you're broke if you don't want an illegal immigrant to hit you in their car. Yeah, is that a broke problem or something? It's like these are the type of things going on in this country. There's all these weird loopholes, and no one's doing anything about it. Like the politicians are just sitting there with their hands on their like twiddling their thumbs. I know what would fix the issue: enforcing the law and very immoral things having a higher penalty. I'm willing to be sympathetic to people doing things that are not super evil or very damaging to other people. But if your crimes are so like if you're doing drugs to yourself, it's different than selling drugs. And I think depending what drug it is, but in general, it's like if your crimes are endangering everyone else and literally robbing other people, I don't see that as a small issue. But if you do, that's okay. Dude, this like people are like having the weirdest. I don't know if you guys are trolling or not. If you're trolling, congrats. Sometimes people try to troll to make me upset, but then other times I've been I meant to leave earlier, but we've kept like the same amount of people on the live stream. So, when it's popping, it's popping. You gotta stay at what's up for the homies and everything. All right. I'll just let y'all know real quick. Check out dreamrare.com. We got some of these boys. We got the I Love Boomer shirts. We're looking to make an organization of boomers. We're trying to get the biggest coalition of boomers in the world. I Love Boomers. We want all the boomers. A lot of advertisers, they're like, oh, I'm going for the youth because I'm going for the boomers. Every musician, they're like, we want we want like the Backstreet Boys, the NSYNC. We want to go for that demographic because they're going to be customers for their whole life. Who cares about the boomers? Anomaly does. Anomalies for the boomers. Go to dreamrare.com. Show your love for the boomers. We will be at one point the most popular coalition with the boomers in world history, but we got a long way to go. So check out dreamrare.com. And if you want made in the USA hats, sourced in the USA hats, literally created, I think these are being custom made pretty much just for me. I'm paying top dollar to get them actually made in the US. The God Bless White hat is a banger. It's a classic. The God is Great Black Hat. The God Bless Black Hat. That's a new one. They're made in America. They're going to have an American flag on the back. I didn't even need a tariff to do this. I would have done it without the tariffs, but thank you, Trump, for nothing, but it's okay. Well, not nothing, but Trump didn't really do that much. Dreamrare.com. And, we will stop crime, and we will get the boomers on our side. Everybody has a problem with them, but I personally think that, the youngins need to be in debt. Everybody needs to be in usury debt in order to fight the deep state or whatever. So, the more debt for the youngins, the more boomer shirts we sell. That's okay. Someone said, rush and get a God Bless Black Cat burglar gear. What are you talking about? I don't get it. Someone said, dude, you bash boomers all the time. Now they have the most money. Casey, we're gonna do a fact check. We're gonna do a Fox News fact check. That's false. How could I possibly bash boomers all the time if I have a shirt of me standing next to boomers on it, smiling? Look, I have a smile. The guy has a smile. The lady has a smile. There's no proof that I bash boomers. I have a shirt that's animated, that's completely made, that proves that I love boomers. I've never said a bad thing about boomers. I've actually, it's been a troll the whole time. I'm just trying to see if you stupid youngins are paying attention. No, I'm just kidding. But no, we do pick on boomers sometimes, but that's why we got to do the I love boomer shirt. Cause we gotta, you gotta show it's all in love. Like you can have a conversation, you can have a debate, but at the end of the day, it's all love. And even though, Trump annoys me, I do have a Trump shirt. So you got to search for it though. You got to search Trumpy Wumpy or just Trumpy on my, it's a hidden shirt. I haven't even really released this to the public, but if you want to find, see, we got Trumpy Wumpy. That's a vaccine on his head because Trumpy Wumpy loves this vaccine and the boomers love Trumpy Wumpy. So if you're upset at the boomers, get a Trumpy Wumpy shirt, and he's got a vax head. Trumpy Wumpy, the vaccine monster. That's a classic. Let's see what else we got here. I think we got a few more. The bankers controlling both sides. They might say that shirt's hate speech, but that's okay. It's accurate. Let's see what else we got. What else do we got? I like clean, nice neighborhoods. I mean, dude, if that doesn't explain what I was just talking about the last couple hours or so, I mean, I like clean, nice neighborhoods. That guy's a neighbor that I would like and I would trust. So if you like clean, nice neighborhoods, unlike the two people defending criminals in the chat, then to get yourself I like clean, nice neighborhoods. That's a vibe. You wear that around, your neighbors are going to know that's a good neighbor. You guys like those ones? I got some bangers. I'm not, listen, I haven't sold merch in a while. I've been in the lab trying to create the right merch. I want to see what else I have. I got some funny stuff. Let me see. I mean, the God Bless hats are the real bangers. I'm going to download a few more real quick. In the World of Sheep Be an Anomaly. That's a classic. Hold on. I'm going to make some more. Let's see. Just give me 1 second, folks. I'm compiling some new shirts, and I'm going to put them in a little video. I'm going to get the ones I didn't. That's a good one. The Grateful Mindset. That's a banger. Got some heaters out here. Losing the choice. Ooh, don't show this one to Trumpy Wumpy. He might be mad at me. Have a great day. So let's go. All right. Getting the new ones. Gotta throw them in. Why is he white, though? Who? The I like clean, safe neighborhoods thing? I don't know. If he was another race, you guys would just be like, oh, why are you pandering? He's not even a person. You guys don't be racist to the Caucasian. Don't be anti-goyophobe or something. Someone was calling someone a goy, which I condemn, by the way. Don't use that word. It's a horrible word, but it's anti-goyophobic. So don't say that. So, but we respect everybody. We respect people from the Caucasus Mountains. We respect Latinos. We respect Asians. Everybody gets a fair shake on Anomaly Show. Just don't be a criminal. And don't defend. I mean, I don't know. You're like, well, if a girl gets her car broken into 8 times, it's not that big of a deal. She could just brush it off. It's like, ew. Like, who wants a neighbor like that? Don't you want like a man neighbor that's like, yo, we don't need that around here. All right. Here's some more shirts real quick because the hype is just so real. If the Trumpy Wumpy one's your style, rock out. But here's a few other designs. I'm gonna roll through them real quick. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. But like I said, cop one of the black or white hats. I'm telling you, it's a vibe. People like it. You're gonna get some compliments on that God bless or God is great black or white hat. It's a serious vibe. All right, let's see. Here's another shirt. It says, in a world full of sheep, be an anomaly. You see the sheep are walking and there's that really weird looking world. And then on the anomaly side, you got the cool world. This guy is Uncle Son. Instead of Uncle Sam, it's have a great day. You know, if you want people to just have a good vibe, be like, then everyone will be like, thank you. They'll be looking at you. The illusion of choice. You got Trump with some guy laughing maniacally between him and Biden. It's a classic. Grateful mindset. You know, if you just want to look like a camper, you just look like a camper with that grateful mindset tee. That's a cool vibe. People are like, where'd you get that? You say in the anomaly shop, dreamrare.com. That's me just, doing what I'm doing now, except cartoony. The Dream Rare podcast green shirt, but there's other colors as well. So, just a few options for the folks out there if you're into that sort of stuff. See, it looks just like me. It's like, is this me or was the t-shirt me? I'm not really sure. Someone say cool shirts. Thank you. Trump isn't running again, but he's concerned with midterms. It's definitely possible. It's not bad to be proud who you are. Yeah. We'll run through the other shirts again just because the Trumpy Wumpy one is really funny. Dude, all the shirts are cool, but I think this one's the funniest. I don't know if I should wear it. Like, what are people going to say? Like, are they going to think I like Trump or like, what would you say if someone wore the shirt? Would you assume you'd probably think it's like a liberal, right? Or something, or like, honestly, you'd be like, is that a vaccine on his head? And then you'd be like, oh, okay. That's somebody who knows that Trump's a vaccine salesman. I don't know. What would your reaction be if someone saw it? Would you ask them about it? Let me know in the comments, the Trumpy Wumpy shirt. What would your reaction be if someone walked down the street with that on? Grand Reveler said you're a moral relativist. I'm not, bro. I'm just a guy who doesn't like crime. I don't think women and people should have to live in a neighborhood where people's cars are getting stolen and houses are getting broken into all the time. It's really not that. You don't got to put a label on it. You can if you want. I'm not a moral relativist. I'm just a man who's not completely emasculated by like society. I think most men with testosterone think that women and families should not have to deal with crime. But if you want to like write a philosophy piece on why you think like criminals should be able to break into your car and it's not that big of a deal, maybe like I don't know, maybe like Jimmy Kimmel will want it or something. Let's see. Who cares what people say? It's funny. Yeah, it's a very inside joke shirt. It's very niche. Someone said, some of the shirt, you think the guy's a ghost vigilante because he got murdered defending his neighborhood. I was just kind of coming up with designs and seeing what they gave me. I can't really say, but I like that he's a ghost. So I think it's just fun. It's like he's like a little cartoon character. So someone said, hey bro, I downloaded music for free. That's demonic, right? No, I mean, Tom, this is Tom Cruise, dude. We got a celebrity in here. Shout out Tom Cruise. Do you really think at any point that I said downloading music illegally is the same as robbing someone's house? I literally specifically said like 10 times that I don't think that certain crimes are as bad. I don't think you're like physically smashing someone's. Do you think physically smashing somebody's window and stealing their car is exactly the same as downloading music? I never said that. I never said to arrest everybody for committing any crime ever. I literally just said, I think property and car theft and damage is a worse crime than people think. And people willing to break into someone's car and break into someone's house are probably willing to do other stuff too. Someone said, I'm still watching the show at the beginning. Yeah, dude, the numbers weren't going down. Not that I could be lobbied that easy, but it's like, dude, if the people want it, they could get it, you know? Let's see. We're not really selling a lot of hats and shirts though, so I don't really feel appreciated right here, but it's okay. Anomaly, yeah, what the heck? The comment section makes no sense. Bots, maybe. It's okay. They keep it fun. Musk is protecting Trump after telling the world he's on Epstein's list. Dude, if you believe that Elon really, like, and I'm not saying he didn't, but I'm just saying, like, let's say Elon really was at odds with Trump. I bet he had a lot of people came and talked to him and were like, Elon, you can't be saying that again. Like, I just imagine how much pressure Elon Musk would be under. Remember the one time he said that he noticed that certain groups of certain people that you can't talk about were hating on white people? Dude, he had to do a Ben Shapiro apology tour. He literally was like in Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro and a bunch of rabbis. It's like, that was for barely anything. And maybe he wanted to do that, but I don't know. I don't think those trips are like, hey, I just really wanted a vacation. I think it's more like you're being like, I better do this, you know? So what happened when Elon said that Trump was on the Epstein list? Dude, that was hilarious. I guarantee a lot of people were like, Elon, you don't want to go there. And he's like, yeah, I guess I shouldn't go there. They're like, Elon, you're doing too much. Elon, you're doing too much ketamine. Oh, I mean, I guess I am doing ketamine. I mean, I'm a little autistic. Ketamine makes it a little more fun at night. And I play video games with Grimes. I mean, we play video games a little bit. That's a little crazy. And like, Elon, okay, I'm Trump. I don't play video games. I don't do drugs. I'm not a loser. Okay. Grimes. Ew, she's grimy. Ooh, grimy Grimes. That's who she is. Okay. Trump, you shouldn't really say that about my wife. Okay. I mean, she's like, we have a kid together. So that's really messed up. Elon, I don't care about your kid or your wife. Okay. If you say I'm on the Epstein list, okay, that's a really bad, hostile act to the Trump administration. Okay. So why don't you zip it? Oh, sure. I don't want to zip it, Trump. I mean, I'm really rich too. I mean, I was just playing video games at night. I mean, it's pretty funny. You're on the Epstein list. All right. Elon, I'll make you go on a Ben Shapiro Auschwitz tour again if you don't zip those lips, okay? Wasn't on the Epstein list. It's a Democrat hoax, okay? It was made up by Shifty Schiff. It was made up by Shifty Adam Pencil Neck Schiff. Oh, did you guys see the Fox News, dude? They told me, dude, the Epstein was just a Democrat hoax. I mean, it's not even real. It's like Shifty Adam Pencil Neck Schiff told us about it, and that's what Sean Hannity said. I feel like my Elon, I've never tried an Elon impression, but I feel like it was pretty good. I don't even know. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm playing Rocket League with Grimes. Dude, isn't that great? I'm making Evo music. Oh, that's pretty cool. As long as I could eat potato chips and play video games, I mean, I'm just like saving the world or whatever. I mean, it's only a matter of time before we like end on Mars. I mean, we might be on Mars soon. Elon, you've been doing ketamine for 15 hours straight. Okay, there is no Mars. We made it up, okay? It's not real. We never went. It's all fake. It's fake, Elon. I mean, why am I getting so much money from the government if it's fake? I mean, I've been getting money to go to Mars. I mean, we keep saying we're going to go, but the spacesuits don't work. So we got to go. We got to go back. Oh, no, something like that. I'll get there. And it's like, what do you mean it's fake? I mean, we're about to launch tomorrow. We got... I mean, SpaceX is landing a rocket. It goes up and it goes down. It never breaks the firmament, Elon. It goes up, it goes down. Wow, like a weather balloon that has a satellite on it. We've seen it before, okay? Up and down. But you're not breaking the firmament or the Van Allen radio belt, okay? It's all fake. What do you mean? I mean, I've been doing ketamine for 15 hours for nothing? I'm getting there. I'll get there. The Trump impression's good. Elon's good. Not good. I'll watch the tape back. I'm not gonna watch this again. It's way too long. But I'll work on the Elon. I'm getting somewhere with it. Elon is such a front. I mean, I don't know with Elon, but I wish he would talk more about the Epstein stuff. Obviously, it probably wouldn't be good for his career or his bank account or probably his life. I have no idea, but I don't know. I thought that was funny when he was just like, yeah, you're on the Epstein list. I'm out. Maybe I'm a sucker. Maybe I'm wrong. But I do think that even though Elon is a little sneaky, I do actually think, and maybe I'm dumb, I don't know. I think he really wanted to lower the deficit and like actually thought they were going to do it. And as soon as he didn't, like he realized that no one actually gave a shit. Like everybody was just lying. Like I could see him doing ketamine and just being like, fuck you guys, you're all on the Epstein list. Like I want to believe that's real. Am I stupid or is that like not true? I want to believe that Elon actually cared and just kind of rage quit because he's like, dude, these guys are psychos. Like I get a vibe from Elon when he talks, even though he's sneaky. I do think he understands like the math of the debt. Like he makes sense to me. I feel like he really understands. Like he's just like, we can't keep doing this. Like we got to turn it back. And Trump's like, yeah, no, we're not going to turn it back. And Elon's like, but that's the whole reason I'm here. And they're like, yeah, but we don't care. And then he's like, you're on the Epstein list. Deuces, I'm out. I'm going to go do ketamine and bang a bunch of chicks and get them pregnant. And then, you know, divorce them or something. I don't know what he does, but someone said, bro, I'll vote for you. Thank you, Esteban. Appreciate you, brother. See, anomalies for the people. Elon doesn't believe in Jesus Christ. He'll get there. He just needs a few more ketamine trips. He'll see the Lord. I'm just kidding, but I don't know. I doubt that he wanted access to all their infos. I mean, the thing is when he talks about it, he sound like it's not even like I just feel like he's honest about the deficit. Like he's not just saying it, he's like explaining it pretty thoroughly. Like he understands Ron Paul, he gets that whole thing. Maybe he never believed it, but he definitely sounds like someone who understands. It makes sense at a certain point. Like, why would you want to destroy a country, you know? Who knows? Who knows what's really going on though? Jim Bob's Elon is good. I don't think I've seen his Elon, but his Jordan Peterson was always amazing. I got to check out his Elon. My favorite part of Trump's presidency was Elon saying he was on the list. It was a highlight for sure. That was one of my favorites. Late night stream is fire, very versatile. Well, you know, I got a heavy skill set, so I got to show it off. I just saw these stories at like, you know, a couple hours ago now, and I was like, I want to talk about this. I don't know if it's too late. And then I got live, and like I think it's because nobody else is live, which shows that people don't actually like me. I'm just accessible. You know, nobody's live, nobody's entertaining the people at this hour. So Anomaly cares. Anomaly's for the people like Wu-Tang. So everybody's was like, I would watch Candace Owens if I could, but she's not live right now. I would go watch Steven Crowder, but he's not live. I guess I got to watch Anomaly for 4 hours straight. So maybe that's a strategy. I'll just go live from like 12 o'clock midnight to like 4 a.m. and I'll be the only show in town. This way, people will have to watch me, get addicted. No, I don't want that. Elon gets a pass. Why? Neuralink. I'm not asking you to give Elon a pass. I just think he's funny. And I do think he cares about certain things. But just because you care about the deficit doesn't mean you're not doing Neuralink. So one thing I'll never do is I'll never stop you from doing valid reporting about billionaires. Like, I'm not going to be like, don't hate Elon. He's my friend. It's like, dude, talk about Neuralink. I'll never stop you. But in return, you know, don't freak out at me if I think something's funny or I like something that they're doing. You know, I'm not saying I like everything Elon's doing. I'm going to put a brain chip in my head. I'm saying I think he does these things funny. He may or may not be telling the truth. However, you know, that doesn't mean Neuralink should just go unreported. So just, you know, give me some leeway and you can do what you want. I'm never going to stop you. Why would I watch Crowder over Anomaly? I don't know. It's not a good decision, but I'm just saying. I don't think my audience, I don't know what my audience does. I don't even know who my audience really is because I got an Instagram audience. I got a Facebook audience. I got a YouTube audience. I want to see. I'm just going to look at some stats real quick, just for the real ones here. I'm going to just keep it true. So I'm just going to look on Facebook, or I'm sorry, all my socials. I'm just going to look. So let's see. On YouTube, I'm not going to go monthly because I don't really do that many videos, but I want to see like full time. I have 38,500,000 views on YouTube. That's 38 million. That's pretty wild. I'm gonna look on Facebook right now. My reach this month is ridiculous. Let's look. Insights. In the last for Hannah Banana, thank you so much. She said, "This is for your time. Keep the laughs flowing." Hannah, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Shout out to you and the Banana family. We appreciate y'all. You know, that Hannah Banana. That's banana joke for the people, you know, because her last name's Banana. It's probably not her last name, but you got it. I'm trying to be funny here, folks. It's just, come on. We need can we get a cheer? Hold on. All right, thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you and all the Hannah Bananas. Facebook, in the last 28 days, it says I have 400. No, I'm sorry. I can't even read right now, dude. I'm like, we're going to pass out. I have 249 million views on Facebook. 249. That's not views on videos. That's just views on my post. In 28 days, 249 million. So I think I'm on pace, or I've already hit 1 billion views on Facebook, which is nuts. Facebook be popping off. That's why, listen, anybody who says Anomaly doesn't like the boomers is lying. We love the boomers. How are we going to hit 250 million people on Facebook if we don't love boomers? We love boomers. It's fake news. I've never said a bad word about them, but let me see. I'm just looking at what's it called? Twitter. I forget. Analytics. Let's see how we're doing on Twitter. I don't even really pay attention. 4 weeks, 16.8 million impressions. Okay. 22,000 replies. Don't read them. Just curious. Run for president? No, I don't want to get JFK'd. I'll pass, but thanks for the someone said PBD question mark. No comment. I didn't watch his recent interview, but you know, God bless him. God bless his family. Someone said put the weed down. I actually don't smoke weed. I used to, but I've retired from that. Casey said that's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Got to get some of that merch. Dude, you better hurry up and get it, or else I don't know what. Hannah Banana's keeping you guys all in things. Nobody's even buying my merch when I'm live, dude. I'm a brokey. Thanks to Hannah showing love. Now I got to stay for a little bit. I was going to leave, but the $50 super chat, I guess I could be lobbied to stay for like 10 more minutes. I don't got anything else to do. You got to add some long sleeve to your collection. Yeah, I'm working. I think I have long sleeve. God bless. Let me look real quick if I have any in hold on one second. I think I do have a few long sleeve. They might be sold out though, because they're from my last catalog, but they're good quality. If you scroll down, maybe you got to go to page 2 or something. Are they all sold out? I guess I might have to add them back or something. Maybe they all sold out. So you're right, there are none, but let me see. Long sleeve. I think they're in there. I don't know why they're not posted up. So I do actually have some long sleeves left. They're just not posted. So if you search long sleeve, you can find the God is Great long sleeve. They're fire. I got to look why they're not posted. I'm not going to, I don't know. If you can find them, you can get them. If not, check back later this week. Hannah Banana for the win, for sure. She kept you guys afloat. It's not like I'm not that easy to buy out, but at the same time, like a $50 super chat, and then she says, hey, keep the laughs flowing. Is that really when I'm just supposed to leave off of that? Like, I'm not that guy. You know, the people want an encore, they could get it. Someone said, I like PBD as a person, just not enough pushback on Israel from him. You know, no comment. One day maybe we'll chat on this podcast, but maybe we won't. I saw that Nick did the whole like the Minect thing. Like, did he do that because he wanted to, or is that, I don't know. I wonder if like PBD makes his guests do that, or if it's just a deal where he's like, do you want to do this? And you could, be part of it. I have no idea. Here, take the money. I stole it out of a car though. Dude, that's funny. Bro, come on. Nobody wants car thieves running around. Just stop pretending like you like that. You're just trolling. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Not as cool as Hannah, but you're okay. Appreciate it. After taxes, after YouTube takes a cut, that's really only like 75 cents. So you're just throwing quarters at me, but I appreciate it. Someone said, Corn Pups, my 15-year-old German Shepherd passed away. I'm grieving hard. I'll pray for you, pup. We'll put that on the screen for Corn Pups. That's a sick name. Jesus loves everyone. God bless you. God bless Corn Pups. That's actually the best dog name I've heard all week. So rest in heaven. If you were a good dog, I don't know. Do good dogs go to heaven? Do all dogs go to heaven? I don't know. Isn't that a movie? I'm not Anomaly's donor. They'll accuse me of like working for Cutter or something. They're like, Cutter's paying Anomaly. That's just what they do on the whole thing. I don't know if people know this or can tell, but the people that are like obsessed with Israel, they just say everything's Cutter because they don't like Cutter because I think Hamas, like the heads of Hamas live in Qatar or something. So it's one of those things where like Trump likes Israel and Qatar, and the Israel people are trying to like push him away from Qatar. So they're calling everyone Qatar, like hoping the Trump administration like turns on Qatar, but I don't think they want to. But I don't know. I don't understand like the whole dynamic to it, but I know that they're our ally. And like, if you listen to like Mark Levin, everybody's Qatar. He's like Tucker Carlson. I don't think Tucker's working for Qatar, but who knows? Caps, $20 super chat. Appreciate your content. One of the most consistently right and truthful creators, right on Christian morals too. Inadequate punishment for crimes is a crime on the innocent. Dude, I love that. Inadequate punishment for crimes is a crime on the innocent. 1,000%. Like, I just robbing a car and robbing, like, it's just not normal behavior, and it's costly behavior. You could ruin someone's whole life stealing their car. Literally ruin their whole life. Not have them like they can't get their kids picked up from school. Like, I can't even believe I have to explain it to someone. Don't even get me started, because I will start. I want to get my I Like Clean Safe Neighborhood shirt. I got to order one for myself, but right now I got the I Love Boomers one. You know what I'm saying, dude? If you're ever at a boomer convention, throw one of these on. Dude, you can get some old ladies looking at you saying, "Ooh, wee." Who's that by showing love? You know, if you want to let people know you support. To me, like, a lot of people have like basic First Amendment shirts, and there's nothing wrong with it because the First Amendment, it don't matter what it says. But I feel like I like my design just because it says the truth sounds like hate speech to those who hate the truth. It's a little more sophisticated where you're like, yes, I'm a boomer out with my First Amendment shirt. Yes, I'm a patriot. Yes, this is who I am. But if you read the tagline, it ain't just some basic patriot gear made in China. It's an Anomaly made in American shirt, obviously. The truth sounds like hate speech to those who hate the truth. Dreamrare.com. Stop playing with the boy. And then this one, it's that one nation under God, boy. You better act right before the Lord comes back, and then your crimes will get punished, my guy. When America becomes a Christian nation again, if that will happen, I can't speak for the physical land of America if we're fallen or not, but if we get our morals back, thou shalt not steal. I'm going to read the 10 Commandments right now. I got to pull them up because I'm a little rusty, but let's read the 10 Commandments. Ready? I am the Lord your God, not me, but the Lord said this: you shall not have strange gods before me. You shall not take the name of Lord your God in vain. Remember to keep holy the Lord's day. Honor your father and mother. Classic. You shall not kill. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife. You shall not covet your neighbor's goods. So in the 10 Commandments, there's like multiple ones that tell you how bad stealing is. You shall not steal. I mean, if you stole from your neighbor, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor, but that's not really that. But you shall not covet your neighbor's goods. If you steal from your neighbor, that's a double. But remember to keep holy the Lord's day. Does that mean what? Okay, to the Christians in the chat, remember to keep holy the Lord's day. What do you think that means? Because I know there's a lot of debate. Like, some people think of the Lord's day as Sunday and people go to church, but a lot of people, you know, they agree with the Jewish kind of tradition of the Sabbath on the Saturday. What do you guys think? Do you think the Lord's day is Sunday or Saturday? And do you think you should keep the Is it the Shabbat? Is that what it's called? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. The Sabbath, someone said, Jacqueline. Someone said, shall not, this is not in the 10 Commandments, but shall not covet thy Walmart's goods. That's crazy. You should give that to the Walton family. They'll like that one. That's funny. Someone said God made hemp. I'm not against hemp, my guy. I don't think you thought I was, but Lord's Day is Thursday. I don't think anybody thinks that. Someone said Lord's Day is Sunday when he rose. You need one day out of the week to strictly dedicate to the Lord. It's either, do you know that Jesus only mentioned 7 commandments? Somebody said. He did not mention the Shabbat that actually comes from the Babylon. Friday. Are you guys just trolling me? I feel like, who said Thursday? I can't take you guys seriously. I'm out here putting it all on the line for my people, and you guys can't even stop playing games with me. Unreal. Someone said, I want to see the receipt of you breaking Trump off, or you better be real or admit you're a thief. Bro, what are you talking about? What? I need to pay Donald Trump, the billionaire? Why do I need to pay Donald Trump? Donald Trump owes me because every year they just steal my tax money and then just do weird stuff with it. So Trump owes me money now that he's the president. Appreciate you, Brandon, my guy. Thank you. I mean, you need a few trolls in the chat because it makes it interesting, but I can't tell who's trolling or not. It's like Andy Kaufman level weirdo activity out there where it's like Truman Show inverted, where you're like, are these guys serious or not? No sex on Sundays. There you go. I mean, if you're married, it's one thing, but if you're not married, you shouldn't be having sex at all, you degenerate. Wait till your wife. Sorry, I didn't mean to get into it like that, but he said, but it's cool when you still, because I doubt you have permission to profit off Donald Trump's name and likeness. I don't think I've ever sold a shirt with Donald Trump's name on it. The Trumpy Wumpy thing, I promise you that I'm not going to make barely any money. If anything, I'll make like $50 on that. It's just for humor purposes. I don't think I've ever sold a name with a shirt on it, and I don't think that the Trumpy Wumpy shirt is going to really be like that big of a seller. It's more of like an inside joke. To be honest, if you go to my website, you can't even find it. You have to like search for it because it's not like a shirt that I'm like that proud of. I just think it's kind of funny. It's like if people think it's funny, they could get it, but I'm probably not going to keep it up there that long because this guy's going to snitch on me and then Trump's going to sue me. Trump's going to sue me for like $15 trillion or something. Didn't he sue like the New York Times for like $15 billion? It's like, all right, dude, relax. Like, it's a little much. I don't know. New York Times kind of sucks. All right, I'm going to put you guys on game. And if anybody agrees with me, you're obviously right and super smart and you're amazing. And if you don't know, we'll all put you on game. A lot of people play the New York Times games. They're okay. Wordle. I like Wordle. But now they're trying to put it behind the paywall. If you like games, like I like games, you got to go to Merriam-Webster. They got the best games, folks. If you know what I'm talking, they got Quordle. That's 4 Wordles. They got Octordle. If you really want to get crazy, that's 8 Wordles. Don't play yourself though. They got Tightrope Trivia. You guys know Tightrope Trivia. They got a trivia game where you get 3 chances to fall. Like you got to beat the trivia. They got all sorts of word games on there. They got a game called Reveal on Merriam-Webster every day. Just daily games for your brain. If anybody in the comment doesn't know you like little Wordle games and stuff, go to the Merriam-Webster games. Find all of those games. They're the best. Every day I play Tightrope Trivia, banger. Quordle, banger. Octordle, banger. Reveal is a fun one. They got like some spelling game that I like, a word game. I like games like that. So working on my life full. So everybody has time when you're on the toilet or something. You're not on the toilet scrolling on Instagram, laughing at reels. And all that time you could be playing Merriam-Webster games, in my opinion. Does anybody here play those games or is it just me? I'm going to look at one. Is it Merriam-Webster? I think so. Webster. Tightrope Trivia. Yeah. Anybody played any of those games or no? Let's see. Someone said hemp is awesome. Dude, this guy's high as a kite up here. He said cannabis is important. Hemp is awesome. Dude, he's just having it's a slightly stupid concert, and then he's just he's like, woo, late night anomaly off that. Yee, that's on you. Anomaly is always training for Jeopardy. Everybody knows Wordle and all those New York Times games. Nobody knows. Everybody's sleeping on Merriam-Webster. All right, I'm gonna go play the tightrope trivia right now. Let's see. I'm gonna play it while I'm on the live stream. Better known for his laws of motion, who had mind for money and was Britain's master of royal mint for nearly 30 years? Was it Newton, Einstein, Pasteur, Darwin? That's an easy one. Lock in. 1 for 1. I'll read them out, but you can't see my screen, but you just gotta trust me. All right. In international football, soccer, what is an exhibition game that isn't part of a larger competition? It's called a friendly. Stop playing with me. 2 for 2, obviously. All right, let's keep it moving. Sometimes they're hard. These ones are too easy for me. In the wreckage found in Canadian waters in 2014, the HMS Erebus left England in 1845 in search of what waterway? Well, Northwest Passage. Wow, that was a snipe. I was running out of time. I just guessed that one. Oh my gosh, 3 for 3. I'm a boss at this game. Derived from the name of 7th century BC Athenian legislator Draconian, describe laws that are severe. Come on, Draconian. We use that all the time. 4 for 4. There's 9 questions. You can't get 3 wrong or else you fall off. So you got to get at least 2 wrong or less. More than half of the world's speakers of what language live in Africa? English, Spanish, German, French. Oof. Is it French? Oh my gosh, dude, I'm killing it. Stop playing with me. 5 for 5. That was a guess, but educated guess. Inspired by his health struggle, Franklin D. Roosevelt created which nonprofit in 1938? Is it the Wounded Warrior Project? Oh, it was March of Dimes. Sorry about that, folks. I apologize to my neighbor too. I'm jumping on my chair like a damn hyena over here. Used to drain fluid and equalize pressure, a eustachian tube connects which party to the back of the throat? The what to the throat? Ear? Yes. I just guessed. All right, I got 2 more. I got to get at least one right. Mixture of soda and cream, dirty soda, was developed by members of what religious denomination that forbids coffee and tea? Church of Jesus Latter-day Saints. I just guessed that one. It said like Jewish church. It said Scientology. Those are the guesses. Wow. Which animal does not have blood and uses seawater to pump nutrients throughout its body? Starfish? Oh my gosh, dude, I crushed that. I only got 1 wrong, so. All right, sorry about that, folks, but I had to play that game. So that's tightrope trivia. If you play, I probably just ruined it for you, but every day it's on Merriam-Webster Britannica. I guess it is the Britannica website, but I think it's Merriam-Webster too. You got 9 questions and you got multiple choice 4 answers. If you get 3 wrong, you fall off the tightrope. But if you get 2 or less wrong, you win. That's a fun game. I couldn't read them out loud quickly because I was like running out of time. There's like a time limit to it too. But you think you guys would have done that good on that one? I don't know. I want to be on Jeopardy one day, but I'm not smart enough, and I haven't been like studying enough. I got busy. I think earlier this year I had a lot less going on, and I was just reading things. I could give you guys trivia though. Let me think of one. Okay. What is I'm gonna ask people in the what's the biggest lake in Africa? Maybe I'll do this sometime and give stuff away, but today you're not getting anything. Largest lake in Africa. Pretty sure I know this. Largest lake in Africa. I'm sure. I just don't want to get it wrong. All right. Imagine how much better I would have done with Neuralink. Yeah, I'm gonna put one in my brain tomorrow. Just kidding. Victoria, there he goes. All right, $500 fine. Did you cheat or did you know that? Let me know. $500 fine. You're a favorite of the show. We see you here a lot. Someone said I'm cooked on that. Lake Victoria is the correct answer. playing that game helps. Playing any game, any question game that you get, you just learn and remember stuff. So yeah, now that game helps for sure. I like the spelling game too. I might have to end this live stream and just play that game. That's how I'm addicted to those little Britannica Merriam-Webster games. I think Merriam-Webster and Britannica have the same website, because I said Merriam-Webster, but yeah, it's like both of them. That and Britannica have it. I don't know why. Maybe are they owned by the same people? Let's see. See, now you learn when I search stuff. Merriam-Webster is owned by Britannica. Let's see. Yes, Merriam-Webster is owned by Encyclopedia Britannica. Britannica acquired Merriam-Webster in 1964. The more you know. All right. This was an unnecessarily long live stream. Thank you guys for the super chats. Not the guy who did the $2 super chat, though. That was nothing. But thank you, Hannah Banana, and the cool girl from Australia. I probably scared her away. I haven't seen her. She gave me a super chat and she said, "You're cute. Come to Australia." And I was like, "I only date 10s." And I think I scared her. I just thought it was funny to say. And then I did an Australian accent. She probably ran away and was like, "I'm never super chatting Anomaly again. He's an asshole." But I don't know. I thought it was funny, but maybe not. Maybe it was rude. What's the third verse in the Dream Rare podcast theme song? It's the Dream Rare podcast. Welcome to the show. It's the Dream Rare podcast. Welcome to the show. I did 4 hours in. I'm like, I got to listen to it. Hold on. Let me see.
It's the Dream Rare Podcast. Welcome to the show. The way to get the news at the desk or on the road. Let's go. God is great and success in our control.
It's the Dream Rare Podcast. Welcome to the show. I'm like so tired. What's the the way to get the news at the desk or on the road. Let's go. God is great and success in our control. That's what it is. Sorry. I forget. I forget what it is. It's been a while. Yeah. God is great and success in our control. The world is crazy, but we get better from obstacles. Oh my gosh. It's a tongue twister. Not really, but it's profound. It's the best poem ever written. It's a new Drake song. Appreciate you guys. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless America. God bless the world. Support the boomers. Get your I Love Boomer shirt and get yourself a God is great or God bless hat at dreamrare.com. Thanks for hanging out. And the people stayed the whole time, so I just felt inspired to stay. Thanks for being here, and I'll be